the recognition of our dignitaries in the room as we do the intros so that we get to know one another. So standing here is Benedine Kipruto from County 027, Uasin Gishu County. I'll be your moderator for the day with the help of Sonia Aima, who is seated right there. You can stand, Sonia. Thank you so much. So we'll be moderating this session together with Sonia. So as we wait for the other people to join us, let me recognize the presence of Elmas Arisoi from World Bank. Elmas Arisoi from World Bank. We have Jan Olevos from CAS. That is the Conrad Adenauer Stiftung. Then we have Francis Kissinger from the Public Procurement Regulation Authority. We have Viola Ochola from the Commission of Administration Justice. We have Mr. Maingi, the Director of Public Participation from Meru County. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Nicholas Nzioka, CC Devolution and Public Participation, Meru County. Wapi makofi ya Meru County? Makueni, Not Meru, Makueni, sorry for that. So Nzioka Nicholas, CC Devolution and Public Participation from Makueni County. Then we have Sheila Masinde, ED from Transparency International, Kenya. Sheila ameketi wapi? Ako nje. She'll be joining us shortly. Thank you so much. Now, we have representation from our regions, and we are all aware that we have 8 regions in Kenya. So tuanze na region gani? The host? Tuanze na the host. Wapi watu wa Nairobi? Nairobi region. We kindly stand so that we get a clap. Yes, we want to see you. All the ladies and gentlemen from Nairobi region. Wapi makofi ya Nairobi region? They are seated on the same table with one gentleman at the back. Thank you so much. All the way to Lake region, that is LREB. LREB, we have around 14 counties. LREB, thank you. We have LREB, one representation. Who else is from LREB region? Thank you. We are talking of Migori, Siaya, Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, amongst others. Then we move all the way to Narok, Kajiado, that is Nakaib region. Representation from Nakaib region. Narok, Kajiado. Okay. Probably they are on their way. And then we have Sereb region, that is the central region. Watu wa Kiambu, watu wa Nakuru, wapi makofi yao? Wameketi kwenye meza moja. Thank you so much, team from Sereb region. Then we have North Rift region, that is Noreb. Noreb, we have Baringo, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Nandi. Thank you so much for joining us today. Then we have Sekeb region, mahali tuko na Machakos, Makueni, Kitui. Wapi watu wa Sekeb region? Let's be standing kindly. Thank you. Wapi makofi yao? Thank you so much. Then we go to coastal region, that is Jumuiya ya Pwani, watu wa Mambasani. Tuko wapi? Bado hawajafika. Then we have FCDC, that is Frontiers Counties Development Council. Tusimame tafadhali so that we also get recognition. Thank you so much. So for Frontiers, we have Wajir, we have Garissa, we have Mandera, and Isiolo, right? Thank you. So karibuni sana. So I think we will all stand so that we get our national anthem. And our tech team there, we do the national anthem, and the East African one. So that's our prayer to begin our today's session. Let's all be upstanding. Thank you. We begin. East African? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, we begin, yes.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you, thank you. Wapi makofi as we get seated. Thank you. So once again, we are reminded that we are here to launch a module by the Institute of Social Accountability, courtesy of the organization, together with the partners in the room. So karibuni sana, feel welcomed. Our program is beginning now. Let's have an engaging session. So allow me to invite Alex. Alex, wherever you are, karibu sana, so that you take us through the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Our partners, the EU and CONRAD, our colleagues from the TUNU networks across the country, colleagues from government, PPRA, Ombudsman, duty bearers from various counties, and colleagues from within the civil society, good morning. I'm happy to welcome you to today's meeting. We gather here to launch a module on contract monitoring, what we are referring to as Mwananchi Watch. This has been a journey developing this particular module, which we have worked together with our partners, and also co-created this with our Tupigane na Ufisadi networks across the country. And the purpose of this particular module was to entrench social accountability in monitoring the contracts that are happening within our government, both at county and national level. And therefore, we have invited all of us here to come and we launch this together. That's why in the room you'll find we have the civil society organizations. We have people from across the 11 counties where we've been working. And also we have invited our colleagues and partners from the EU and the World Bank to be with us in this morning as we launch this particular module. What is important to note as I make my few remarks is this module has already been in operation, and what we did once we developed the module, we, given that we had co-created with our networks across the country, we had the TOTs trained from various civil society organizations across the country. We work with 220 civil society organizations across the country. We had the TOTs from among them trained, and they have been doing the trainings in their own spaces across the counties. So in the room you'll find our colleagues from as far as Wajir and as near as Kiambu. So when I look across the room, I can see friends from Isiolo, Makueni seated with me here. I think I met with a friend from Wajir, and many of us from across the counties that have utilized the module that we are about to launch today. The beauty of it is we've also seen county governments actually picking it up and also using it for their own internal trainings. And I think we'll be getting some reflections from some of our colleagues that have done that in their respective counties. So that is what we are here to do. This is a great milestone for us as civil society organizations, as duty bearers in the various offices that we represent, and as citizens of this country, where we get to learn how contracts are entered into and how can we monitor how they're being implemented across the country. So this morning I want to welcome on stage the Executive Director from TISA to come and give us her opening remarks, and also invite a few of our colleagues to make their opening remarks. Tumkaribisha kwa makofi. Karibu.
A very good morning, taxpayers. A very good morning, taxpayers. Good morning. I use this one. Okay. Well guided. Thank you very much. I am here to try and set the protocols as we do the launch of today's procurement, public contracting procurement manual, a citizen's guide. And one of the protocols I want to set is, if you do not know the set protocols, even after other government representatives come in, just say good morning, taxpayers. Because everybody here, whether they are from the World Bank, the European Union, Conrad, all of them are taxpayers in their own regard. Sindio? And as the Tupigane na Ufisadi Consortia and Network, one of the things we care about is fighting anti-corruption across the country, and we do that first and foremost because we are taxpayers, and most importantly because we are citizens of a country that ought to flourish based on the resources that we have. But having said that, let me follow a bit of protocol. The Executive Director, Transparency International, my friend Sheila Masinde, the Head of EU Cooperation, Matthew, the head of programs at Conrad Stiftung, my friend Jan, the deputy director PPRA, the director public participation Meru, the head of public procurement at the World Bank, representatives from government, colleagues from civil society, Kenyans, members of the media. Good morning. Mine is to welcome you and to thank you very much for making time to join us today. As Alex has said, this is a module that we are launching here today. It's been developed by, supported by the European Union and BMZ through Conrad Stiftung Foundation. And today's convening here is supported by the Norwegian Embassy, who support most of our dialogues and conversations with the public. When we were thinking about what to develop, TISA being a social accountability organization, we developed scorecards. Most recently, we did a shadow audit and a citizen scorecard in Vihiga, well received by the county. I think the Tunu network, the advocacy materials and the trainings have been very many. People have done many things. And we happen to have very, very strong networks. Makueni, we will now co-write and co-author the next social accountability mechanism. The only thing we hope is, we keep saying devolution has 9% of the resources, the national government still has 91. So we hope we can work together to monitor and audit what some of the resources from the national government that are in Makueni County. We continue to celebrate the amazing work that is happening in Wajir. Wajir was not an easy place to work initially, but the civil society there, together with the technocrats, have been amazing, and they have influenced very, very many processes of public participation. We are always very happy when we see the notification of public participation that is translated to Somali language to mobilize and galvanize people. My friends from Meru and Isiolo, these are the two counties of impeachment and no impeachment. In Isiolo, they've already done their audit for a health facility that has been tabled by the MCAs. Like, there are robust things that are happening there. Meru, they follow very much. It's called the Development Committee. Yeah? Public Management Project Management Committee, and they've been influencing very, very important things, especially around health and agriculture. Baringo, where is Baringo? Baringo in the house. These are trailblazers like Makueni. We hear your work. You are a mini county assembly leading in oversight. And then there is Uasin Gishu, where two of the members of the Tunu network are now serving in the CBEF. And then there they have told the governor they are truly the taxpayers. Then the governor actually checks, am I still together with citizen? That is the power that Tupigane na Ufisadi has. And then we have Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, again, an area that has done amazing work around social accountability. Homa Bay, that no longer just relies on the convenings under the Tupigane na Ufisadi. They are leading in their own way. And when you think about civil society in Kenya, you may think it is all contestational, and especially since last year. All these places have Gen Zs. All these places have Gen Zs, and they have their place. But it is amazing to see that accountability is taken up both through collaboration, through consultation, and where necessary through contestation, as well. You will hear their stories. So based on everything that was happening, the trainings by TI around investigative journalism, we thought to ourselves, what else needs to get a proper guide on how to be audited? And during this period, most of the members of Tupigane na Ufisadi have continued to work with the Office of the Auditor General under the Citizen Audit Accountability Framework. This is where citizens work with the Auditor General to do alternative audits or to help collaborate the findings of the Auditor General. So with all that, and a space around PFM that is expanding, we thought to ourselves, what else? And it was not difficult because TIA, who are our partners, have published and have said the bulk of corruption money is lost through procurement. It is lost through procurement. And at the county level, we've had instances where procurement contracts are published, some are known, we know the contractors, we know who made that bridge fall. We know who made that bridge collapse. And we know the money that was disbursed. So based on that, then there was a need to focus on procurement contracts. Because if we get transparency and accountability in matters of procurement, then we've handled 70% of the corruption in this country. And you know, previously we used to lose 2 billion a day. Nowadays we lose 3 billion a day. If 70% of that is lost to corruption, then to procurement, then we lose 2.7 billion to corruption. If that was plowed back, you know that is capitation for some counties. Isn't that so? We may play around with these figures, but it is a lot of money when you think about what it can do. And that is why we decided to focus on public procurement. We have worked with PPRA for a long time. And initially, we worked with PPRA around the access to government procurement opportunities, AGPO. So AGPO tends to have smaller contracts of procurement because when you're applying affirmative action, this AGPO is access for women, persons with disability, and youth. There's a set quota of 30%. But the contracts are much lower. And there we found the problem of corruption existed. Additionally, the problem of pending bills existed. And we worked very closely with PPRA. They educated lots of people across the counties. And they are here. Please, for those who are from the counties, pick their number. Pick their number so that they train us how to tender for document. You can trade with government. It is not immoral to trade with government. We can trade with government in a prudent way. But that training is also helpful in how we then do our social accountability of auditing contracts. And there we made significant strides, especially because using the advocacy we had done and the engagement with PPRA and Treasury, there was an agreement that even as we pay pending bills, we must pay small bills first that are AGPO related. We do understand every person who is owned by the Kenyan government is rightfully ought to be paid back their money for work done. But for young people who have taken a loan, a very small loan, if you delay, then you're causing them more anguish and mental health problems. We recall there were very many AGPO-related procurement where people even committed suicide. Some are even bigger, as recent as the one that was in Kisumu, where money was owed. KRA was also claiming their taxes. And there was an agreement that there is a need to create some equity and repay. But that was not the end. PPRA agreed there are problems in people complying with procurement processes. And they will speak for themselves. The World Bank is also here. And there was a lot of work to say the IFMIS module is not comprehensive. We need to move to e-procurement. I know there are many people who have claimed that they were not consulted. Personally, I happened to sit in 3 meetings where Treasury was represented, national government officials across all departments, county governments were also represented in designing why we ought to move to e-procurement. Unfortunately, we are not yet able to start e-procurement as a country. Why? Because we started e-procurement before we amended the law and said that we should have e-procurement only. Currently, the law says it is procurement can be digital or like manual. So because of that, the court has stopped e-procurement for some time. It is a needed thing. We need e-procurement to monitor processes. Systems will not solve everything, but they are necessary based on where we are. So I'm hoping the module that we'll have will quickly be able to integrate when we move to the digital space, but also the actions that people will take around monitoring procurement will create the needed impetus to ultimately move us to e-procurement, more accountability, less corruption, less money lost, and more money available to taxpayers. So that is why we are here, and just to acknowledge that the process was extremely participatory, and we did not just engage the 11 counties from the Tupigane na Ufisadi network. We engaged actors from Nairobi City County and Vihiga County as well. There was outreach to Nakuru as well. And I remember people drafting very, very many things. It is a creation of what is in the law, but also an imagination of citizens of what it would take to monitor contracts. In the current era, where contracts, some of them are driven by politics, some of them are driven by economic demand, market forces, and so on. So a lot of imagination went into it, and I am aware that from the testing sessions, the training sessions that have happened across all the 11 counties, we are looking forward not to the launch of the module, but to a vibrancy in monitoring of procurement contract. And I'm hoping next year, after the State of the Nation by the President, the Tupigane na Ufisadi Network will do their State of the Nation address and tell us how we are doing in terms of procurement, monitoring, and whether the procurement contract are delivering value for money and the needed dignity for Kenyans. Having said that, allow me to welcome all of you to today's event. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Diana, for helping us observe the protocols. And now it will be easy for the rest of us. We will just ride on the protocols already observed by yourself. At this point, I want to invite a number of our partners that have worked with us through this journey. And allow me to start with our colleague from TI, the Executive Director, Sheila Masinde. Karibu sana.
Viva taxpayers, viva. Now that we're told we should refer ourselves as taxpayers, I think it's important because every time you call yourself a taxpayer, it increases your demand for accountability. When you think about the amount of money that you're paying to get services in this country and the amount that is getting lost, doesn't it make you mad? Yeah, mad enough to act, I hope. I'm riding on all the protocols set by Diana. Good morning, everybody. And I'm really happy to be here. It's quite exciting what we're going to do this morning, because as Diana has said, procurement is one of the areas that is very prone to corruption in the country. I don't know how many of you normally read the ethics and anti-corruption reports. How many do? The ones, sometimes they appear on the Gazette, like the quarterly reports. Lynn does, I know she does. Viola does, of course, because of her work. Who else reads the ethics and anti-corruption reports? They're published every quarter and annually as well. Okay, we need to read. You need to read and just look at the amount of money that is being stolen. And worse, the cases that actually don't even proceed, because there they normally highlight the cases that they have investigated and the cases that have been accepted by the DPP after review for prosecution. And there are quite a number of cases that get dropped along the pipeline. As Diana has said, a lot of the cases are related to procurement. Now, if you look at the last quarterly report of EACC, they actually now talk about the nature of cases. They say that procurement, bribery, conflict of interest, unexplained wealth, and so on. But what is interesting is that when you look at even the conflict of interest cases, some of the bribery cases, some of the cases dealing with unexplained wealth, some of the cases dealing with misappropriation of funds, embezzlement, payments that were made irregularly, a lot of them go back to the issue of procurement. So like in the last report, I think they said 5.24 cases touched on procurement, but in essence, when you look at some of the other cases that are touching on other different forms of corruption, they're still related to procurement, which tells you that it's really, really a big challenge in this country when you talk about abuse of office, conflict of interest, and even foreign bribery. I think that's one of the other big cases that also comes to light. Favoritism to manipulate processes, procurement outcomes, and so on, and all these processes sometimes are leading to, not sometimes, but many times, are leading to inflated costs. They lower the quality of goods and services, and really just misallocation of resources. In fact, when you look at the quality of services, it's really worrying, especially when you look at some of the very sensitive sectors. And these are some of the sectors where we see the most high levels of corruption. For instance, the health sector, and the risk at hand when you have botched procurement processes, because they can easily lead to poor quality of medical items, medicines, and so on. I don't know how many of you saw the other day, there was it an MP there's this clip that was going around about an MP who was talking about, well, he was not able to get treatment in this country because of the quality of drugs and so on. And I wondered to myself, is it that we don't procure our drugs well? I was also reading a story of someone I know who actually used to work at EACC, and he was talking about how he was going to hospital and he was being injected water. Like he paid 60,000 and he was being injected water. It's just a kind nurse who in the end whispered to him, by the way, the injections you're getting, you're ni maji, si dawa, And the guy was critically sick, And then you question yourself, why are we playing with Kenyans' lives? When you look at corruption, for instance, in the procurement of, say, infrastructure, look at the quality of roads, one of my most, I think, poignant cases is I just live across the road in South Sea, and we had a road that was actually, it's a 5-star road. So the 5-star road was retarmacked early in 2022, yeah, and it was okay, yeah, it was fine. But then just before the elections, a week before the elections, what was it called? The Nairobi Metropolitan, NMS, Nairobi Metropolitan Service, yeah, decide that they're coming to dig up the road again and retarmac. And we wondered why. We like when our roads are good, but then at that point we didn't feel it was necessary because we had just had our road retarmacked earlier on in the year. But of course, money needed to go somewhere, isn't it? Now, the sad thing is that they removed our good road and left us with a terrible, terrible road. I invite you, because you're just in the neighborhood, when you're leaving, don't use Mombasa, don't use Mombasa Road, don't use the expressway. Please just follow the back route and come through 5-star road and see how our road was damaged because someone had to get money. My own theory, and I stand on this, is that someone had to get money for the campaigns. And that's why this road was hastily done just a week before the elections in 2022. So there are a lot of interests in regard to procurement, and that's why we are seeing all this corruption. Many a times when because we're talking about monitoring procurement processes, I know many of us want to just look at possibly the tendering process, and then we also look at when the project or whatever the money has been used for, whatever project has been delivered or goods or services have been delivered. But there are actually many essential stages in the procurement process that we don't look at, and that's where a lot of the corruption is. For instance, even in the budgeting stage, we know, of course, the case of Kenya and budgeted corruption, don't we? Yeah, but how many of us are looking? I know we look at budgets. I know many of us are monitoring budgets at the county level, but we then need to look at it in the perspective of corruption procurement, because a lot is being lost in that sense. Where, for instance, you find that pen, which is supposed to be maybe 20 bob, I don't know how much pens are nowadays. We get a lot of pens from the hotel, so I don't. I've not bought a pen for many years, but maybe about 20 bob. But you find that in the budget, it is 100 bob, and because that budget has been now passed legitimately by whether the parliament or the county assemblies and so on, we legitimize corruption because, make it legal, because, I mean, in the books, the pen is 100 bob. So if I go buy a pen for 100 bob, even if it wasn't 100 bob, yet it is 20 bob in the market, yeah, I've bought it in the price that it was budgeted for, right? So that's a thing that we really need to monitor. But there are other areas, the pre-selection of activities, the needs assessment. Do we really need some of those projects, like in the case I've shared about the road? We didn't need a road. We didn't need of course we needed the road, but we didn't need the road to be recarpeted. That was unnecessary. So needs assessment, how are we as communities, residents of certain areas participating in the needs assessment processes? How are we participating in the project design phase? Because in the project design phase, that is where, a lot of things are being budgeted for in terms of what materials are going into, what aspects in terms of services or goods. The drafting of the call for bids, because again, sometimes those bids are drafted to ensure that someone somewhere who's connected gains an advantage over another person. The tendering process, I know many of us are looking at the tendering process. The bid evaluation process, how is the best tender actually selected? The post-selection activities, the contract management and execution of that contract in terms of the implementation of the project, and when there are contract negotiations, because again, if you've seen even some of the Auditor General's reports or some of even the cases that EACC has highlights in its annual or quarterly reports, you find that some of the cases of corruption was because maybe an extension, a project extension was given, but it was not warranted. The project didn't really need to be extended, but someone has extended it because they want to pay more money to a contractor. So are we looking at all those risks, corruption risks in those processes? So I hope that as we continue to monitor, procurement corruption, we look at the whole scale of the procurement and the service or good or works delivery, so that you're able to capture all and monitor all those areas that invite corruption in procurement. I think one other interesting fact that I landed on a few years ago is that most of our countries spend an average of 13 to 20% of our GDP on procurement. That is a lot of money, just also considering how much we're losing in terms of inflated costs and all these other issues around conflict of interest. I think now as we look at, of course, now we have all these issues, but then what is the way forward? For me, as I've looked at all these areas of procurement, corruption, and the risks across the years, the only way forward is social accountability, and I know that's what TISA is pushing for. We're also working around that. But social accountability cannot be effective without access to information. That's why I'm excited to see Viola of the Commission on Administration of Justice here. I know she works with the Information Commissioner, because we have a big problem in terms of getting information, in terms of the money that is allocated, who's getting all these awards, who are the owners of these companies, and the problem of information. If we don't get access to information, it's a key prerequisite for Kenyans to be able to monitor or even to participate in the processes. So please, CAJ, Commission on Administration of Justice, please help us in this issue around access to information, because it is a constitutional guarantee under Article 35 of the Constitution. We need this so that we can be able to participate, we can be able to monitor effectively, document and also now then report any cases of violations or infractions, and more importantly, act and be able to hold duty bearers and report cases and demand justice. I think then the second thing that we need to do other than social accountability is pair social accountability with technology. I assume that's what we're going to do today. That's what Citizen Watch is about. I'm excited to hear more about it because if we are able to put that information out where anyone can be able to access it, then we can be able to address the problem of corruption. Because particularly we need to get that information and to be able to follow the money through getting information on, what are the government tenders out there, who has been awarded those tenders, what are the contract amounts in that project, and who really owns the companies that are awarded contracts. Now, this is a particular area that we have worked on for some years now, the issue of beneficial ownership. And as much as we have beneficial ownership provisions within our laws right now, and that's a good way forward, we have regulations now, but we still have a challenge in terms of compliance. In fact, if you talk to the business registration services, I don't know that they're here today because of the beneficial ownership aspect in the issues of corruption. They'll tell you that currently, I think we are under 50% in terms of compliance when you look at the beneficial ownership regulations and how companies have been able to comply in regard to giving information on beneficial ownership. Now, that's a big problem because it means that whenever you're looking at those CR12 forms, the CR12 forms, the ones that give information on who owns the companies, many times we're still having proxies, proxies. We're not seeing the real owners of companies in those documents, but there should be sanctions against people who are falsifying this information. Now, we are not there yet, but we need to get there, and those are things we also need to watch as we continue to perform social accountability around this area. My last point is on the EGP. I think Diana has already expressed some of the sentiments I have on this, but I want to encourage and a call to action to citizens here. Please let us spotlight those who are fighting any attempts to digitize the public procurement. Because for as long as public procurement is not transparent and there's no accountability, then we will not live to see a corruption-free society in our lifetimes. It is one of the key pathways. It's not the only way, but it's one of the key pathways towards ensuring that there's transparency and accountability in the procurement process. But we know because of the politics, because of the interest, people don't want to have that system in place because they don't want to be compelled to have to publish, to put out information on who's getting the government contracts. But we have to push for it. So one thing I want us to, when we leave this room, one of the things is please let us push for the digitization of the public procurement processes. I don't know whether the EGP is 100%, whether it will give us all the answers, but I believe that it is a good step towards starting to ensure that our processes are more transparent and accountable, and we truly have an open contracting process that we need. Viva, taxpayers, viva. Down with corruption procurement, down. It needs to be stronger. Down with corruption procurement, down. Forward with procurement transparency, forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for unpacking the nexus between corruption and public procurement. Asante sana. We will go through that road. I have forgotten the name. It's a 5-star. Okay. Some of us come from some corners of the city where the roads are not named, so you will forgive us. Ama namna gani Kioko? Yes, we will pass through that road and see what public procurement can do to good roads that we have. So at this point, I want to welcome our colleague and partner, Conrad, who is represented here by Jan, to make a few remarks and give us the journey of the Tunu project from where we started to where we are. Karibu sana, Jan. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you. Good morning, taxpayers. Let me stand on the protocol established by Diana and just call everyone all together taxpayers. And welcome everyone. In the program, I think you see Matthias Kamp's name and not mine. I'm Jan Ole Voss. I'm the deputy to Matthias, our country director for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Kenya. We've been with Kenya for now 52 years. Just 10 years after independence, we opened our office here. So we have a long history with this country, and I hope it continues far into the future as well. Certainly, I don't see any reason why we should leave. It's a great country. You should be very proud of it. The Tupigane na Ufisadi project started about a year before I first came to Kenya. So when I arrived here, I found the project team, I found the whole structure of the project, the network, all the CSOs, all the journalists, all the county assemblies who are involved in this project already established. So first of all, I had to get to grips with the project and see who is involved, who is doing what, and what path we are on. It threw me into a landscape where I find many, many dedicated Kenyans and many other partners like the EUD who are passionate and inspired to improve their country, where we don't have to speak about what Diana and Sheila have mentioned before me, about 3 billion shillings every day being lost to corruption, a lot of it being somewhere under the mantle of procurement, where citizens have to drive on unsafe roads. When you travel across country, you always have to worry that your matatu is not stuck in some pothole. So I found a very passionate community and a very passionate team. Now, Sonia is one of the ones that has been here from the beginning in the Tunu project. There have been many new faces as well throughout the process. It has been a long journey, and now we are approaching the end of the project. Already, I think, early 2027. Now, when I will leave, that will already be next year, so I will not be here for the end of the project. Kas will still be here, and there will be a successor to my position. I'm sure there will be some follow-up project. I'm not sure what the EUD is cooking as well. But of course, also this project will come to an end. But what will not come to an end is all of you who are passionate about a country that is free from corruption, where citizens pay their taxes and know they are used for all of our benefit, and we don't need to worry because we can trust in the processes, in the institutions, and in the integrity of all of the individuals who are involved. And that starts from the young ones to the big politicians in parliament, to all the technocrats in the institutions, includes every Kenyan in this country. Now, I've been grateful to walk these few years now together with our partners. Diana mentioned we work with 220 CSOs across the country in 11 counties. But of course, this fight is not limited to those 220 CSOs, nor is it limited to the 110 journalists that we dedicatedly worked together with on such topics, how to report on corruption, how to figure out what went wrong in the budget processes of certain projects. It's also not limited to the 11 counties and their county assemblies, what we do here. It should involve the whole country, and I hope that when the project ends, when I leave, and when we move on to other projects and other initiatives, that all of you still come together and do your part in fighting corruption, even if it takes your whole life, but it will create a better country in the end. And I think if we all believe in that, and if we all fight for that, we are on the right track. Even though we see setbacks every now and then, even though you say, okay, maybe next year it's not better, but do that for 10, 20, 30 years. I really trust that this can reach somewhere where everyone can feel proud of paying taxes and happy to contributing to maybe a new, 5-star road for Sheila to get home. Now this is just what I wanted to share with you guys. We still have some time to go in the project and some very exciting initiatives to come up. Besides this, we also had some digital tools. I would like to kindly advertise them here. You can also just get in contact with Filomena from TI, who has also been here from the beginning in the TUNU project. There are some digital tools you can use to report corruption. So when you see this road being damaged, constructed somehow to be just broken right after, you can report in those applications. Filomena can let you know where to get them. Wajibikaji Pamoja, it's a platform, and Action for Transparency, that's an application. You can use it to report any case of corruption that you come across. It works even without internet, so you can use the SMS on the old style phones. So you don't need even a smartphone to do the reporting. So it's quite interesting, and we really want to get this going and out there, not only in the 11 counties we work with, but across the country. So stay with us and let's walk the last meters of this project together, but then don't forget that we are in for a big fight and a long marathon, and we shouldn't give up. So thank you very much. A special thank you to TISA, Diana and the team, to TI Kenya and to the EUD for working in this project together for such a long time. And thank you everyone. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Jan. You know, when somebody speaks here, many of us will hear different things. What I have heard from Jan is that CAS is not going anywhere. I know Diana has also heard that there could be some follow-up activity after TUNU ends in early 2027. I don't know what you had, but that is what I had. Thank you very much, Jan, for representing Matthias Camp and the entire CAS team. So at this point, I want us to hear from part of the teams that we've been working with from the counties, so that the story is not told by TISA, TI, and Conrad. You know, it's said that the story of the lion is told by humans because the lions don't know how to tell their stories. In this case, the people we've been working with across the counties are in the room, and help me welcome my friend Joseph Kioko from Makueni to tell us the journey that he has walked with TUNU and the module that we are launching today. Tumpige makofi tafadhali. Karibu.
Good morning, taxpayers. Viva taxpayers, viva. Viva, viva taxpayers, viva. Viva. Long live taxpayers, long live. Long live. Yes, I'm Joseph Kioko from Cluster 4, Makueni and Kiambu. But my morphological features betrays me to be from Cluster 1. Kakamega, Siaya, nakaa mtu wa Siaya, si ndio? Yeah, so I want to take this opportunity first to thank all of you for this noble cause of launching Wananchi Watch. And what I can say is to thank this program, TUNU project, very much, CAS, EU, TISA, and TI for this opportunity of bringing together the networks from various counties, especially Makueni. We have a tremendous change, and I want to take you through some of the impacts and outcomes from these TUNU projects. One, I want to appreciate, because this course of launching this book, it's like graduation to the networks, because we are now transformed, and gone are the days which we are using the violent advocacy tools. We were using demonstrations, we were using boycotts, But nowadays, you'll find that we are engaging government, the duty bearers amicably, and reaching a decision. Under two new projects, we have moved from shouting about corruption to measuring it, documenting it, exposing it, and reporting it online. We use various tools which have been trained by TISA and TI, like Community Scorecard, where we engage the duty bearers and the right owners, then we bring them together for amicable decision making. We also use social audits. We have Action for Transparency, FOT tool. We are very good in uwajibikaji and also Okwa Uchumi campaigns. You find that nowadays it's evident that we produce clean reports and we go through budgets up to a magnitude that some of auditors are visiting our offices to see how we do the work. Let me go to specific Makueni County, Maxon, Makueni Civil Society Network. TISA came on board and trained us on social accountability. And our advocacy tools formerly were full of adrenaline. I think Waziri here is can give a testimony. Or now, during Gen Z Mandamano, we visited his office. We were almost breaking the gate. But nowadays, he has embraced us, he calls us, and engages us amicably. And we always reach to a decision. I want also to acknowledge the Waziri, because you'll find that Maxon is no longer threatening to march to his office. In fact, we had public contract monitoring trainings last week. And we had action point on training all ward administrators in Makueni County. If you go to Makueni County, you will find that we have public participation structures, all the way from grassroots, village level. Each village has a committee of 11 members. Each committee has different people. We have civil society representative, we have teaching fraternity, we have members of clergy, we have a lady youth, a gentleman who is a youth, we have the henged who form the committee. Then they come together, five villages form a cluster. 5 cluster or 10 cluster, depending on the geographical size of the county or the ward. They form sub-ward committee, then to ward committee. Now, in the ward committee, we have 30 wards. In Makueni, we have 30 wards, whereby we comprise of ward development committees. Ward development committees supervise and prioritize projects of the ward. And we wrote a letter to Waziri, to the governor, through Waziri, requesting him to appoint a civil society member to the committee. And as we talk, we find that each committee has a civil society member, each committee of the ward. Each project management committee, there are 2 representatives of civil society which are elected by the community. And we find that some of the committees have even more than 2 to 3, 4 civil society members, depending on how aggressive the individual is in the ground. Then we went ahead and requested the Waziri to train the members of civil society from our network, the Tunu network, the 20 members. And he embraced it, and we went through a very robust training, and the governor gave each civil society member an appointment letter. In case we are not incorporated in the committee, we can sue them, because on our side we write on the petitions very much. When we were trained last week by our TOT, Grace Mumo is here, there was one action point that we should train all the ward administrators on public contract monitoring, because the tool is a game changer. The tool is a game changer. Let me inform you that yesterday I went to Waziri because last week we had a very busy week because we lost our Waziri Sonia. May her soul rest in peace. Yesterday I went to the office of the Waziri and requested him to have a training of all ward administrators after TISA recommended that we should go ahead and have these action points be implemented. So Waziri, I ambushed him yesterday. He approved the training. All the ward administrators will be trained on Thursday. Imagine that short notice. All the ward administrators, 30 of them, including the Waziri, the chief officer, and the director in charge of public participation. They will be trained on Thursday on public contract monitoring too. So that one is a very great mileage to Makueni County, having the duty bearers. We are the watchdogs. So nowadays, you know, watchdogs, the dog part, I don't mention it very much because it appears weird. But we as the whistleblowers, it's not easy for the government to work amicably with the civil society. I want to highlight another incident, which we as network, we must appreciate the Tunu project. During the year 2023, the Makueni County, and the Waziri, you will forgive me because I'm exposing you too much, and I know you'll defend yourself. 2023, the Water Municipality Board was appointed, but there was no representation of youth. There was no representation of, there was no two-third gender rule. And according to Section 15 of Urban and Cities Act, you'll find that there should be no reappointment of a former board member. So that was repeated. So we wrote a petition to the Assembly Committee, relevant committee. They mobilized the border people to boo us. We appreciated. We told them no problem. We proceeded to court. And this year, July, we won the case. So the board was abolished. And I was talking with Waziri. He told me that there is no need of appealing. Because if we appeal, these allegations are very true. Let's just appoint another board. So Waziri, mpigeni makofi. Then I want also to give another scenario of Kisanet. Two new projects has built synergy between cross counties. We work together with Kisanet. Kisanet is Kiambu Social Accountability Network, whereby they invited us to, they had a petition which they had submitted to the county offices on land rates. That one I can say that we used violent tools, anti-focus tools, because it was very serious demonstration. And you know, Professor Kifuda trained us very well in use of violent and non-violent tools. So I remember one of the participants from Maxon was ready to break the gate, so that because the MCS were protecting the entry, preventing the entry to the offices. So they were forced to open the gate. We addressed our issues through the lead of Kisanet. And I think now the land rates were revised and the citizens are happy. So I don't want to talk very much. Let me say that we celebrate our strengths, the mobilization, evidence-based advocacy, the digital reporting, litigation. We have done very many litigations. And we also have some strengths which should be built. You see that from previous by-elections, you'll find that Gen Z do not have the relevant tools to maybe elect their representatives. You'll find that the Gen Z should be taught on this social accountability and use of digital tools in fighting corruption. So that is one of the areas which should be strengthened so that we can see this country changed. Sometimes we are fearless. Sometimes we are not leaderless. We are we have leaders, but we are faultless. The Gen Zs they don't have fault. You know, I'm the firstborn of Gen Zs. During the Maandamano, I was profiled in Makueni County, and because of saying Mimi come and Gen Z, and it trended in Kenya. But I was profiled, and I want also to reveal this, and Waziri will forgive me. We wrote a petition to the Ombudsman because the former county commissioner was profiling us and harassing us. So we wrote to the Ombudsman requesting that this county commissioner should be transferred. Fortunately or unfortunately, he was transferred to my colleagues, Kisanet. So I know they are managing him, and I know that maybe Anja Wadhulumu. Then let me give my final quote that social accountability is like Wi-Fi. Everyone depends on it. But when the signals go low, no one can admit. Should I come again? That's my parting shot. Social accountability is like Wi-Fi. Everyone depends on it. The password of the Wi-Fi here is Galaxy, capital. Galaxy. So. Everyone is depending on it. But no one admits when the network or the signals go low. Duty bearers. When the signals go low, when we have gaps in procurement, when we have gaps in recruitment, human resource, you will not admit it. You'll find ways to protect yourselves. So make sure that we depend on the Wi-Fi, let it be vibrant, and apply these social accountability tools. They are the game changers. Thank you very much. Viva taxpayers, viva. Viva. Long live taxpayers, long live. Long live. Thank you very much.
Is that enough for Gen Z in the room? Can we do a good round of applause for Kioko, kindly? And I would also love to also have a round of applause for our earlier presenters. Let's appreciate them in this coordinated manner. Let's wait. So hold your hands together. Just wrap them together. Ensure that they are warm enough. So as I mentioned the names, you clap once, okay? Okay, so thank you to Diana, Edie. Thank you to Sheila Masinde. Thank you to Jan from CAS. Thank you to Kioko, our representative from, until I finish my statement. Thank you, Kioko, representing the Tunu Network partners. Nimesahau nani? Myself, not yet time. So allow me to open this session, just 3 minutes. We do a quick reflection on the presentation that have been made. I am sure you've taken some notes. So just sharing that reflection on what do you think would be a way forward as we discuss around, as we have a conversation around launching this particular module. The earlier speakers have given us very good takeaway notes in terms of us not just being budget champions, but also ensuring that we monitor corruption in procurement processes that happens on a day-to-day basis. Kioko has also alluded to the fact that we've moved from, the shouting to boardroom advocacy conversation, except in, worst case scenarios where they'll have to now put up the placards. And I think also Sheila and Diana alluded to the fact that we have the EGP and we all need to embrace it. However, let's not be the people who fight it, but get to understand the importance of having that in place. So kindly, Alex, help me in just giving 2 or 3 people a mic. A quick reflection. Oh, Diana, thank you. So let's have maybe one from this end, and then in the middle and the far end. So you state your name, the organization that you're representing, and your reflective thoughts. Thank you. It's not working.
It's not working. Okay, so. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Boniface Harrison from Short Post. It's a social enterprise on inspiring action on social issues. I'm grateful to be part of this forum, and my concern is on e-procurement system, because when the CES was explaining about how it's being adopted, I identified loopholes in the people who are opposing it. They have a justification of the Constitution that we can still use the traditional system, but the new system also needs support, especially legally, because when we leave it as a choice, more so, then it makes it challenging to implement it fully. So my concern is, can we make it the way to go? Because really, we cannot be fighting for doing procurement in an analog way in the age that we are in today.
Digital.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. In the middle here. There's a hand here.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Orenga Ngasa, in charge of civic education, Nairobi County Government. I'm trying to see what's the number we are in here. Just the number, I think.
Just about 75.
About 75.
Yeah.
So my proposal will be government change slowly. So those who will increase the pace is the other side. So my proposal is, as we continue this conversation, that if we work with statistics and data, that is, I want to take these 70 or 100 people are able to hold government to account evidence-based. That is, they're able to deal with procurement documents, they're able to deal with project schedules, cost variances, and all that. These are the kind of people we have here. So if we can work to get a critical mass increment kidogo too, that in, for example, in Nairobi County, we have 17 sub-counties. Mm-hmm. If in each sub-county we can have 1,000 people who are able to analyze documents, it means then when we come for public participation, us from government, we're going to deal with people who are facts instead of the noise. You know, sometimes it's easy for us government to just rubbish noise. But when you are faced with data and facts, and I'm happy, the statement has just been made here that we want to move away, we want to get into boardroom conversations where we will put elected and we appointed officers into account with serious data. For example, if you showed me this is the cost actual versus the projected, and this is the time schedule of the project, then really we have to make genuine public participation or just quit, and then we see what the citizens do. So that's my encouragement, is let's grow up the number. You know, I'm from Mashinani, I'm from Viwandani, and we used to be 1 man or 2 people going for these things. But if we had in a ward around 200 people knowledgeable of these things, so Meitisa, Uraya, and all the rest, partners here, let's increase the numbers of people who can deal with documents and just, they can go at a project and look at it and analyze that. I'm sure Patrick, either we hide or we now be transparent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Food for thought. So we cascade this to our grassroots networks. Thank you. Any final thoughts? That's the final comment.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Peter Odur, Director KPAT, a community-based organization. I like the conversation. And Mr. Patrick is a very good friend of us. And Mr. Patrick, perhaps just to allude to what you've said, which is very right, the more we got the data, the more we get annoyed in this country. Because you want to imagine where we are seated, the way we are seated like this, I want to make that assumption that there is nobody that falls within that bracket of 125 people that can contribute meaningfully to this country. You remember the 125 people owning more than 45 million Kenyans? We are not saying it's a bad thing. But when you hear that 3 billion is getting lost daily, and really we cannot tell how that money is gotten, and we have that 125 against 45 million, and you understand that is really are we really having access to information? Are we getting the right information that we are supposed to get? These are the issues that we must be really are bringing on board. Because we cannot have a meaningful public participation when our people don't have the information. We are told from Light, Right and Center that the SGR was done on a, you know, we have all the theories around. Debt is being paid. But when Okia Mtata comes and gives you and pack for you the information and realize that we are not paying anybody, and you wonder, who is giving us the right information? Do we really have the information that is supposed to be given to us? We are talking of housing. Now it's going on. It's true. Article 43 is very, very clear on that. We appreciate that. But the process to arrive to that position, who are those people that participated? Who are these people that are engaged? Who are getting these projects? In my area in Kawangware, you ask people, are you really building those, are you in those construction sites?
So make it brief.
Yes, I'm getting it brief.
Yeah.
Are you participating in those construction sites? Mm-hmm. Then someone tells you, no, I don't participate in those construction sites. How would we even get people to work there, to be paid as casual laborers? Are they Kenyans, for that matter? And appreciate if at all there are people who are working there here, or even someone knows them. In our area, we don't even see them. So you wonder, at what time and what are the specific engagement areas? In as much as it is small thing, that is where now we bring in the issues of procurement. Mm-hmm. If we cannot get that small information, we cannot get the big information we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our happiness today in the room is that the appetite is increasing on demanding for social, simply because we are all believers that we are all taxpayers, right? So thank you so much for your point. Viva taxpayers, viva. Viva taxpayers, viva. Down with corruption, down. Down with corruption, down. Forward with procurement transparency, forward. Forward with procurement transparency, forward. Thank you. Let me usher in Alex to invite our next guest speakers.
Thank you. Let's not be shy. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much. We wanted to have that interlude so that then we can have a few of our partners saying a few words. Then after we have the partners, we'll go into unpacking the module for us. So at this point, allow me to welcome our colleague and partner from Oxfam, that is Purity Jebol, and she will be speaking to us briefly on human rights and economic justice through transparent governance. Karibu sana, Purity.
Colleagues and everyone in the room, the Fourth Estate, good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Purity, and I'll be taking very little time just to discuss on human rights and economic justice for good governance. We are here today to remind ourselves on our roles and responsibilities as per the Constitution of Kenya, Article 1, that all sovereign power belongs to the people. And as always we say, the people shall. And we are here today just directing on how governance should ideally look like, redefining what accountability means for us, not just as a country, but what accountability means to the civil society organization, women, youth, and persons with disability. So we are taking that path, finding our own niche on how to make things work in the country. We are also here because of the disappointments that we've been having as a citizen. Disappointment from our political leaders, disappointment on our taxpayers' money that are not ideally used as per the plan. We are here disappointment as women and youth on the political commitments that are never implemented. That is why the social contract for economic justice is very important. We're here because, as a country, we've also been denied the opportunity to excel in our spheres, to excel in political spaces because the spaces are not conducive for women and girls. No girls, for women, youth, and persons with disability. If we go by the case study of the by-elections that has just happened, a teaser of what the 2027 election will look like, then we need to sit down as a country and think if we are clearly ready for 2027 election. But today, my topic will be, does it really matter? Does economic justice matter? Does human rights matter for good governance? And I will say, to me, it does. Because economic justice is justice for everyone. Economic justice is not just for the selected few, the 125 that my good friend Mike has already mentioned. Economic justice to that Mama Mboga, the tea picker, deep in my village of Kapchemgum. Economic justice has to be reflected and be felt by everyone. But again, human right for us is that we are defining on how human rights looks like from economic justice, how human rights feels like as per purity, according to purity, and how human rights should actually be defined, because the definition clearly are not making sense to us, but what is making to us as a country. We are also really encouraged that all taxpayers should enjoy their economic justice. By the fact that you pay tax as a Kenyan, then you deserve all the economic opportunity that the government has to prioritize, consider, and implement. Every time I see my payslip, I have to call my finance manager. Mwaura, this new tax nigani, there's new one that I saw 3 months ago, and he tax nigani, and he had to explain to me what this task is. Yesterday, we had a dialogue in Mukuru, and I was just, I was just admiring the housing project that is happening, and I was like, ala, kumbe kitu inakwanga ukweli hizi nyumba zo ujengwa, because clearly, I'm just representing many Kenyans who still think, because the government has been, honesty is something that we also need to define, what honesty is as a country. And I was really impressed. But today, as I was just projecting on the discussion today, and I remembered social contract. Are those houses inclusive for everyone? Because by counting, it was going to 10 floors. Do we have lifts that if I'm a potential buyer, as a person with disability, I can actually access my home on the 10th floor? Do we have playground in those housing projects? That we are not just talking about the housing project or social project, but we are talking about homes, not just infrastructure. We are looking at holistic development and protecting the future taxpayers, because children must be taken care of in all the processes. A time, I think it is also a time for us to think around on how social contract for good governance also affects economic justice from the political angle. Going back to the by-elections, I think all of you can agree here with me, it was not about Kenyans, it was about 2 individuals and 2 political parties. And I think, I am not sure if our deputy president is already back in the city, because in one of the rallies, he categorically stated, mimi nina camp hapa na sitatoka, nitatoka hapa Mbere, nikipeleka wa Mudhende, parliament akikuwa sworn in. I think wa Mudhende is a citizen over 18 years, and I think he can make his way to parliament to be sworn in, because we need our deputy president back in the city in his office, because he is very critical on good governance. We are paying the deputy president, so he cannot be in Mbere for 2 months campaigning and nothing is moving, because Wamudhende had to win, and so Wamudhende has already won. So I hope he's already back in office. Also, he's not yet, lakini nadhani ni mtu mzima, anaweza jileta Nairobi Parliament. I think also when we are talking about the political development and how the economic justice also looks like, I think the manifesto of all the 7 by-election, tell me one manifesto that was about the citizen of Kasipul, Magarini, yes, tell me one political manifesto. Even what our media houses covered, it was about political loyalty. So where's the place of those electorates in those counties? Will they really be served by their MPs? Or it's about advancing the interest of our party? And I'll just pick very few quotes that I was able to retrieve from media. There's one today who actually mentioned, I am deeply disappointed by the electorate. That is after losing the seat. There's one also who mentioned, bado nitarudi 2027. It is not yet done. There's one also who mentioned this party was a true definition of Baba's legacy. Another person also, it is also stated that he wrapped up his team and they had a personal conversation. So, what is the place of the common mwananchi? If all this is happening, are we really in political spaces to advance the interest of the wananchi on what really matters? And I think for us, as we continue talking about human rights, already wanajipanga, wametuambia wameshajipanga, tumeona formation, they've already told us this is my team, and I think for Tunu Project, this is what Tunu Project is actually advancing, defining the path on what really matters to the common mwananchi, reminding those in offices that this is what matters to us. And the beautiful thing is Tunu Project has redefined what social accountability looks like. It is no longer about petitioning. It is not about going to the road, but the project has created and defined the alternative engagement, having the boardroom that Waziri can actually, hear, speaking the language of government, but still reminding them on what they actually needs to be done. And there's no apologies on that because we are taxpayer. The other bit is on accountable allocation. Accountable allocation of budgets. Just go and analyze all the flagship projects. We have the housing agenda. What else? We have SHA. What else? We have the Kazi kwa Vijana. Go and do an analysis on how much government has already allocated and to what extent have we been able to absorb. Na hakina nani ndio wanapata hizo pesa. I think we cannot talk about economic justice without talking about gender justice. The housing levy that is really inatuhusu kabisa juni sisi ndio tunafund. Who are the contractor and what is the gender in terms of the contractors who've been who've won that? How many youth are even supplying water? And who are these homeowners? I think we need to start analyzing. So that as much as you are shocked like me that ni ukweli hizi maendeleo inafanyika, but I know from this project, this percentage, I know youth are benefiting. In terms of this percentage, persons with disability are also beneficiary. I think there are last bits that I cannot stop emphasizing. It is to audit the processes of any developmental agenda. It is not about hii ni mzuri, but hata kama ni mzuri, tulifikaje hadi tukasema hii ni mzuri. Auditing the processes. Who was the motion mover of the seed bill? What was the interest of the seed bill? I was in home last weekend, and my mother was telling me, hii njugu mami kufanya vizuri. As much as I'm this old, my parents still refer me to because I'll always be a child to them. Na akaniambia ni kama hii mbegu ikufanya vizuri. And I asked her, "Mom, hii mbegu ulinunua wapi?" Akaniambia kuna duka hapo Jebrok nilinunua. And I asked her, mbona ukuambia Mama Chebet akupatie hiyo mbegu yake yenye na nikiangalia shambake njugu yake inamea. Then, to my shock, the following day, the court did its thing, and the seed bill was revoked. And that is taking care of my mother back in the village. I think for us, it is just to commend TISA and the Tunu Project Fraternity for the work that you are doing. We are realizing good governance that is well-defined, that is well-coordinated because of the resources that has also been allocated. It is good to also see. I think in one of the accountability meeting, I was in a meeting and everybody was in a suit. But today you can see we have women, we have persons with disability, and also in terms of religion, we have done well. It is because of the county-specific engagement, speaking truth to what really matters to the county. So thank you so much, and congratulations to this wonderful launch that will happen today.
Thank you very much, Purity, for those very kind words for us and for the Tunu Project. So at this point, allow me to welcome our colleague and friend from the World Bank, Elmas Arisuri. She has a very good knowledge about procurement issues, and she's going to talk to us about the value for money when we have electronic procurement. I think myself and Sheila and Diana will listen to this very carefully, because we know the World Bank has been very active in pushing our government to adopt e-procurement. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished participants, taxpayers, so nice to see all of you. On behalf of the World Bank, I'm very pleased to be here for the official launch of Kenya Citizen Module. My name is Elmas Arisoy. I'm the Regional Procurement Manager for Eastern and Southern Africa, based in Nairobi. So this is a great initiative and wonderful example of collaboration between government institutions, civil society, and development partners in promoting transparency, strengthening oversight, and improving accountability in procurement and public contracting. World Bank has been partnering with Kenyan government to strengthen governance and enable service delivery and public investments by providing technical assistance and financing over the several years. And one of the key areas of our partnership is strengthening public procurement systems. I'd like to emphasize 3 points why public procurement is important. First, public procurement is a very powerful tool to promote economic growth. Annual public procurement spend corresponds to about 15 to 20% of the GDP. It's huge. And modernizing and optimizing public procurement systems can really generate substantive savings. With the government as the single largest purchaser, public procurement can stimulate local markets and industries. The second is public procurement can help to promote sustainable outcomes. Transforming public procurement from clerical to a strategic function with emphasis on value for money has a positive impact on quality and speed of public service delivery. Strategic procurement promotes innovation and environmental objectives through preference schemes in public contracts for innovative and climate-friendly goods, works, and services. Strategic procurement also puts emphasis on socioeconomic objectives, such as promoting special groups, such as micro, small, and medium enterprises and women-owned businesses. And third is public procurement can help building trust. When it comes to public money, and a lot of money, there is always a risk of fraud and corruption. And having a public procurement system in place which promotes transparency, efficiency, accountability, helps building trust among all the stakeholders. This helps to increase participation of newcomers, new companies, as well as reputable companies. And it enhances competition and eventually contributes to saving public funds. Citizens and taxpayers appreciate if their money is spent on a transparent and efficient manner, and if they can benefit from sustainable and high-quality public infrastructure and public services. So, as mentioned earlier by the previous speakers, an important tool to enhance transparency, competition, efficiency, and building trust is use of electronic procurement systems. 2015 public procurement law introduced electronic procurement system to Kenya, 2015. And the World Bank supported development of electronic procurement strategy and roadmap and development of initial phases of electronic procurement system since 2018. The rollout of the system and further strengthening of the system with additional modules are currently being supported by ongoing World Bank finance projects too. As many of you are aware, the use of electronic procurement system was rolled out at the national level on July 1st this year, 2025. So far, about 30,000 suppliers and more than 1,500 procuring entities have been registered to the system. More than 500 entities have published their annual procurement plans in the system. So these are impressive numbers, but the implementation of electronic procurement system is still at its early stages and yet to achieve the desired results. The government needs to do more to ensure full use of the system to realize the benefits of electronic procurement. What they should be doing? First of all, complete the development of modules, all the modules, and roll out all of them. Complete the integration of the electronic procurement system with IFMIS and other electronic government systems. Continue with the capacity building for all stakeholders, from public entities to private users. Initiate a rigorous change management and communication program. Make the necessary amendments to the public procurement law to embed the exclusive use of electronic procurement and establish effective customer support and help desk for all users. For effective functioning of public procurement system, citizens, civil society organizations, and all watchdog institutions play an important role in monitoring the functioning of procurement system. Citizens' participation in procurement processes helps to ensure that government spending is transparent and accountable. The funds are spent for the intended purposes, and public services meet the needs of the community. When citizens are involved, it reduces the likelihood of corruption and mismanagement of public resources. It allows for more inclusive decision-making processes where the needs and concerns of the community are considered, leading to better service delivery. Citizens' participation can positively influence value for money in public procurement by providing insights and feedback that help to ensure that public funds are used effectively and efficiently. So in concluding, I'd like to thank TISA and European partners for launching this Citizen Watch. And I'm looking forward to learning more about this module and understand how it will work and how it will contribute to social accountability in Kenya. Thank you very much. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, and pass our regards to the rest of the team at the bank, and we are happy for your presence here. I have just two more speakers, and then we unveil or we unpack the module. And the next speaker is our colleague and partner in this work, who has co-funded the work that we've been doing. So allow me to welcome Matthew Brook from the EU delegation to talk to us about good governance and how they play a part of this in Kenya. Karibu sana. A clap for him.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I will equally rest upon the diplomatic expedient of others' respect for all protocols. But I would like to recognize one thing, which has particularly impressed me this morning in listening to the discussions, is the dynamism, but also the positive attitude in an area which is extremely complex and occasionally very irritating, I think. And I think the spirit I've witnessed this morning is quite something. I wanted to recognize that as my guest of honor this morning. Thank you very much. Shifting to the more formal part of my address, I wanted to say congratulations to the entities who've worked on the work package we are launching this morning. Thank you very much to TISA, thank you to Transparency International, and thank you to Konrad Adenauer, to get the second name in as well, just in case. Congratulations. The launch this morning is a central part and a key achievement of the Tunu project. Citizens Watch is important, and it's a direct response to persistent corruption concerns in the country, especially in public procurement. We can't get away from that. I think it's worth repeating it. I've heard it repeated many times this morning. When you're number 8 on the speaker list, obviously you are repeating much of what others have said, but I think it's worth underlining procurement is big. I've heard some figures, I've heard between 40 and 60% of government expenditure is public procurement. That is very, very substantial. And the Citizens Watch this morning, I think, is a good example of how civil society can really help strengthen governance of that substantial expenditure. So we really hope and we believe it represents a valuable tool to be taken forwards in future. I'm supposed to talk about governance. I will briefly address governance. Governance in Kenya, as you can tell me better than I can tell you, but it remains an extremely important subject. As EU, we lend extensive support, and we have a history of lending support to governance. In the most immediate and direct sense, we've worked and continue to work extensively with the whole justice sector through the PLEAD program. We also work directly with PFM, notably on the e-procurement or the e-government procurement. In these programs, the fight against corruption occupies a large place, but it also occupies an increasingly large place. And I think it recognizes the need to club together, the need to address this issue. And we haven't succeeded yet. It continues to hold the country back. So the Tunu project is for us a prime example of how we can make use, how we can bring in an informed citizen, an informed citizenry, if you wish, to help, to monitor, to document. Both of those are important, I think. To monitor and document irregularities in public procurement. And this obviously reflects the EU's wider belief in the need for sound government. Governance underpins the wider development prospects of a country. Governance comes in many, many forms. Corruption is one. How you organize yourself is another. How you plan the budget process. And governance underpins sustainable investment, which is at the heart of what we hope to do, I think, both public and private. Let's not forget that. As EU, all our programs have a large governance component. It comes, as I said, in different shapes. It can be supporting regulatory reforms or implementing regulations, capacity building, organizational setup often. How do we organize at least our own projects? Govern them correctly. The basic principles, I think, have been cited many, many times this morning. I'm glad I can say they've been cited. Things like transparency, accountability, rule of law, and of course efficiency. They're all central tenets in the governance discussion. And of course we continue to support those. And the central part for this morning, I think, is participation, which has also been said several times this morning. This is where we see the key role for civil society. This is why this morning is important. Civil society participates. It contributes directly to the achievement of the other tenets of good governance. So the vibrant civil society and the vibrant discussions we've had or heard this morning, they help accountability, they help the monitoring, they improve. By introducing checks and balances, they improve how investments are implemented. This is very healthy. And of course this needs partnership. Now the Tunu project is notable, apart from its positive spirit, also for its ability to generate partnership within civil society, to focus efforts, to talk to each other, bring together civil society journalists, county assemblies. People need to interact. And that's where we come back to documentation of irregularities, and concentrating efforts, I think, is important. And of course, partnership with government. Government has to play a role in this. And there are various ways of achieving engagement of government in partnership, but it's important that we get partnership in, and of course also business. That's how public procurement is made up. And we genuinely think civil society can help push in this direction and get us closer to sustainable investments. Thus I will close, and I'm afraid I won't go into what the EU is cooking. Thank you. We are not quite ready to put out our dishes yet for the future funding, but we are looking at the menu that would be put onto the table. It's a moment of transition for the EU, so we are looking at the next round of funding allocations for the whole world, indeed. That's a discussion that's led by Brussels. I think it would be very important for lessons learned from current projects and programs to be put on the table to help us understand what we can push, how we can focus our efforts, where we can have easy wins, even difficult wins. But if there's a low-hanging fruit, let's collect that first. So feedback, as Diana suggested, in about a year's time, even 6 months' time, of how this tool has helped would be very, very welcome. We'd be open for that discussion. And with that, I will close, simply underlining our hope that citizens, business, county governments, officials, government officials will make use of this new tool, which we believe can make a genuine positive contribution. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthew. At least we've had somebody's in the kitchen. That's good enough for now, as we wait for lunch to be served not long from now. The last person I want to invite to say something about strengthening transparency and compliance in public procurement is a colleague from the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, Francis Kissinger, to come and speak to us on transparency and compliance in public procurement. Karibu sana. Oh, a minute. Okay. In the meantime, after this, we will have the unpacking of the module happening, and after Francis, I'll be guiding us on the next steps. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everybody. Taxpayers, oye. Yes, that is the mantra we are given. If we forget everything else, we don't forget that. Thank you. Mine will be a brief one. First, I start by thanking the TISA. Diana, I think we've been these together for some other events, and I just appreciate that we have also touched base here today. Thank you. Mine is to talk about monitoring public contracts through social accountability from the regulator's perspective. We've heard a lot has been said here, and we are all appreciating that public procurement is an area that attracts much attention with regard to public finance management, because it's an area through which government expends substantial bit of its budget to provide for the goods, services, works that are supposed to improve and enhance the welfare of the society. That one is undisputed, and everybody is of that opinion. Then, if that is the case, what should we do as a people, as a society, as a government, to see that the taxpayers' money that the government is spending is actually serving the purpose for which the funds are intended to serve? Now, when we talk of accountability, what do we mean from the public procurement perspective? Accountability in the context of supply chain management simply means to be responsible for our own actions and decisions. Whatever decisions we are making as the players along the public procurement chain, we have to be responsible and own those actions. We've been told how people are making decisions that are costing taxpayers money to the extent that the results are not what were desired. That causes the question, are we really responsible, and do we really own those decisions we make with regard to ensuring accountability and transparency in public procurement? Accountability ensures transparency, ethical practices, and efficiency in the entire process from procurement to delivery. When you are accountable, we have to ensure that when we are undertaking a procurement process, the end results should serve the purpose for which that procurement was intended to achieve. That's what we try to enforce as the regulator. And if you have gone through the activities we do as a regulator, you realize that our focus is so much on the value for money for what the procuring entities are procuring for purpose of serving the interests of the people. We are focusing and casting our interest so much towards the aspect of value for money. Now, ethics, on the other hand, because ethics and accountability go hand in hand. So, ethics, on the other hand, simply means the values, practices, and customs that guide the behavior of an individual or groups as we undertake whatever processes we undertake. That means when we are conducting public procurement, we have to be ethical and observe integrity. I think if you have looked at our values as PPRA, integrity is one of those values besides honesty and accountability. So our clarion call for all the partakers in public procurement is to observe higher standards of integrity and ethics for the purposes of delivering accountability and value for money. Let's have a look at the laws governing accountability and ethics in public procurement. There is the Constitution in Article 227, which provides the threshold that a public procurement system for Kenya should actually meet. These principles include fairness, equitability, transparency, and competitiveness. If we have to undertake our procurements that will serve the interest and intent that Kenyans have in the public finances, we have to observe the principles enshrined in Article 227. As procuring entities, because I understand we are a diverse audience here, those of us who are managing public procurement from wherever we come from, let's align ourselves with Article 227 of the Constitution. You'll never go wrong when you observe those principles. We have the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act as one of the laws that implement or operationalize Article 227 for the purposes of delivering what the spirit, letter, and intent of that article aspires to deliver. So the Act is there to guide us, which of course is the same Act that establishes PPRA as a regulator and also outlines the mandate of PPRA with regard to oversighting public procurement in Kenya. Besides the Constitution and the Procurement Act, we have the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, Supplies Practitioners Management Act, all the way to Public Officers Ethics Act. All these laws are supposed to check on issues of ethics, integrity, transparency, and accountability in delivering superior value for money for the taxpayers. Why do accountability and ethics matter? If you are to pause at some point and ask ourselves, for the society especially. Government is the largest consumer and spends huge amounts in purchase to deliver on its mandates. Good ethics and accountability will therefore protect public resources, protect human rights. We were told, somebody talked to us about the human rights in the morning. If we manage ourselves within the confines of ethics, we are going also to protect the aspect of human rights. We are also gearing towards building stakeholder trust. We are building trust from all the players of the entire spectrum of public procurement when we are accountable, when we are ethical, and when we have integrity. We also build our personal credibility and reputation. Because if you will pause at some point and ask yourselves, if you are not operating within the confines of ethics and the law catches up with you, the damage that will be caused to your reputation will be irreparable. You may go through the legal processes, you are tried, you have been set free, but the dent that has been caused on your reputation goes beyond just that process. So it's important to observe integrity, accountability, as we conduct ourselves as procurement, practitioners, partakers, and everybody else who has a role to play along the public procurement process. It also answers respect and influence, shapes our future, and helps to maintain clear conscience. Now, who needs to be accountable in public procurement? The accountability at every level, the institutions, buyers, sellers, and others should ensure that law is implemented as intended. That tells you accountability is an all-rounder kind of a philosophy that needs everybody to be bound by it. The regulatory body like PPRA, we are there to ensure compliance. Procuring entities are there to comply with the law. And the National Treasury is there to develop policies. Suppliers meet set standards and criteria, requirements, and deliver quality goods, works, and services, and adhere to the code of ethics as developed. Accounting officers and supply chain officers, they are expected to follow the law to the letter. Citizens and civil groups, and that's where now institutions like TISA come in. We are also part of this process. We are there to ensure that government projects and services rendered meet the purpose and expectations of the end users. So what TISA is doing here today is just to champion this clarion call that even as we undertake these procurement projects, processes, let us observe and respect the rule of law, the good practice, and the aspect of value for money for our taxes. If I was to talk about trends in accountability and ethics, globally, companies are adopting comprehensive reporting mechanisms to disclose their supply chain practices, focusing on environmental, social, and governance criteria. This shift is driven by consumer demand for transparency and regulatory requirements. Locally, the Kenyan government and private sector are increasingly utilizing electronic procurement systems. You have talked about EGP here. I don't want to repeat. Diana talked about being part of the team that was put up to see how implementation of EGP was to be done. World Bank has talked about the same. That is the same position PPRA has. EGP, somebody mentioned that we need to change the laws. EGP is squarely within the law. When you read Section 7, Section 1, Section 7, subsection 1, C and F. It gives National Treasury the mandate to develop, to research, develop, and implement a procurement system that shall be used by both county and national governments. National Treasury has done that. So what is not within the law? The anchor we are talking about, which is in the regulation, Regulation 50, that talks about electronic procurement system that says if a procuring entity intends to use a procurement system. That was long before the National Treasury pronounced itself on the EGP. So EGP is squarely within the law, but we are just haggling and pushing and pulling back and forth to buy time so that we can execute our whatever interest we may have, but it is squarely within the law. Improving interventions by accounting officers in operation ethics to promote supply chain management. Accounting officers are there to set ethical tone from the top. Within the institutions, the people called the accounting officers are the ones to set the tone from the top. Then they are supposed to make sure that code of ethics is in place. We have developed codes of ethics, but internal again, this should be actually the culture, the institutional culture of the entities with regard to enhancing and embedding ethics. Establish internal policy procedures manuals, perform background checks for employees, especially during interviews, and enforce continuous declarations. When we are employing the people to oversee the procurements within the entities, let's have background checks. Don't just pick on people because, okay, it's about non-discrimination, but non-discrimination must have boundaries. You don't just pick the Tom, Dick, and Harry in the street for the purposes of ensuring or observing inclusivity. Let's have people who have proper moral backgrounds and integrity to oversee our procurements. Establish structures, systems, and procedures to deal with unethical issues, clear guidelines in ethical and professional conduct, declaration of interests, competition, confidentiality, and accuracy of information, business, gifts. All those things that border on ethics should be properly managed, and the purpose and intent of it is ensuring that we deliver what the public expects from us as public buyers. Measures to enhance ethics. We have the Mwongozo, the Code of Governance for State Corporations. Let's observe the provisions of those instruments, because Mwongozo was jointly issued by the Public Service Commission and the State Corporations Advisory Committee to provide comprehensive framework for embodying board charters, codes of conduct, and professional ethics and performance management in state corporations. So Mwongozo is there to guide on governance, and when you observe the provisions of Mwongozo, you'll never go wrong in procurement, because procurement is part and parcel of the governance issues within the confines of the board, management boards within institutions. They should be guided by Mwongozo when undertaking their mandates. Measures to enhance ethics, What does our law say on accountability and ethics? When you read the Public Procurement Act and the attendant regulations, they are very clear on prohibitions and offenses. What are these offenses that the law has prescribed? Obstruction, when you're obstructing anybody from undertaking a duty that the law has prescribed. Knowingly lying to or misleading a person carrying out a procurement duty, delaying the opening or evaluation of bids, all the way to splitting procurements and fraudulent acts. The law has prescribed all those as offenses. So when you're engaging in those kind of aspects, as a people, why are we not tapping into these provisions of the law to bring those people to book? Bring them to the law. Bring them to PPRA. We'll deal with them. The cases that have come to PPRA with regard to this, we have dealt with them. It's only that the media doesn't cover so widely, but the cases that we've handled as the authority, they have had very positive results with regard to how people conduct themselves when they are doing public procurement. As a people, as TISA here, social accountability, which is part of this, pick those cases, follow them through, bring them to us, partner with us. We will see how we are going to shape the public procurement as we go forward. The sanctions are there, the law has prescribed the sanctions, but at some point we normally ask, the kind of the quantum we read about, we hear, we come across with regard to misappropriations in public procurement, those are very humongous figures. So when the law prescribed a penalty of like 4 million to somebody who has maybe gotten into a billion plus kind of a scam, it is very easy. They can easily afford this. That's why when we go to court, if you have been following the cases that are procurement-related cases that are prosecuted, because somebody mentioned here that most of the cases EACC talks about have been with the ODPP before. The DPP used to tell us that 70% of the cases, public procurement, public prosecution cases that is handling are procurement-related. All those cases, when they were prosecuted, or when they are prosecuted, they are not prosecuted within the legal framework of public procurement. They cross over to the ASECA, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. Why? The answer to this is very simple. Procurement law has prescribed very lenient sanctions. To make them very expensive and punitive, we have to prosecute using the other act of parliament, which also borders procurement. So we are in the process of amending this law to make the penalties and sanctions quite punitive and discourage the perpetrators of procurement malpractices from getting engaged in those malfeasant practices. So the law is prescribed, but we are improving on it. How do we use technology to enhance transparency, accountability? We have talked about use of e-procurement systems. We have issues of blockchain for traceability in supply chains, data analytics to monitor compliance and detect unethical behavior. Basically, those are the technology-related aspects that we can be tapped into to promote and enhance efficiency, accountability, and transparency in public procurement. What is the role of citizen in project monitoring? Constitution provides for public participation. We are supposed to participate in when budgeting, when planning, and when implementing public projects. We are supposed to have our say. We are supposed to have our voice. So when the projects are being done, is to encourage. Somebody talked about having more teams from different locations so that we can voice up what the interest of the public is. Let's participate in those planning processes. Let's participate even in implementation. PPRA is developing in the process of developing a framework to enhance citizen participation in public procurement projects, which of course even the Office of the Auditor General have a similar framework that also promotes public participation and oversight of implementation of public projects. Community participation and inclusion is a provision of the Constitution, and even at the lowest level for those people undertaking the CDF, constituency development funds, and other devolved power. Let's pursue and utilize those available options at our disposal to ensure that we leverage our power to influence how public procurement is done as society or as a people. Call for action. As custodians of ethical and accountability, supply chain, our role is fundamental in shaping Kenya's socio-economic development and fostering trust among stakeholders. Today, more than ever, the spotlight is on the integrity and transparency of supply chain practices. Let us commit to act ethically, uphold integrity, champion transparency, lead by example, leverage on technology, empower teams, and engage our stakeholders. The parting shot. The time to act is now. Take the lead and let transparency, accountability, ethics, and integrity define Kenya's supply chain landscape. On that note, I wish to roll the ball back to you and say thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Francis, the Regulator of Public Procurement, for those very good remarks. Now, as part of what I do, and somebody mentioned, we have Article 43, 1C of the Constitution of Kenya, and it provides for the right to food. That particular article provides for the right to food. But looking at my time, we are slightly behind schedule. So I would request that we take the next 15 minutes to take a cup of tea, which is prepared for us out here, as the team that is helping us unpack the module prepares. That takes us to, now it's 11:25, so we could start the presentation, is it at 11:45? Is that okay? Yes, please. Karibuni. There is a cup of tea outside. I don't know whether we have some soft music. And then as we come back, we'll adjust the AC so that we accommodate those of us who are struggling. So welcome for a cup of tea. The next 10 to 15 minutes, then we start at 11:45. Karibuni.
How does payroll feel with Deal? Like fluid.
It's time to be back. Albert, Sonia at the back, please help me bring everybody back. We want to start in the next 2 minutes. Let's come back. Sonia, help me bring everybody back. Sonia, help me bring people back. We want to start in the next 2 minutes. Yes, we are waiting for those of us outside the door to come back. We proceed with the program. Opondo, come with that team inside. We want to start. We want to start. Okay, thank you for coming back. So Lisa, if you can see anybody behind you, let them come in. I can still see people at the door. Please, let's take our seats. We now want to go to unpacking of the module. Albert at the back. Albert, please, let's take our seats. Okay, we are waiting for Diana and the team at the door. Yeah, I will call you by your name if you're not seated. If I can see you and you're not seated, I'll call you by your name. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry that we are slightly behind the schedule, but we will catch up. So if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Clap twice again. If you can't hear me, clap once. Very good. I want to invite Hilary and Sonia to take us through the module, and this is a very important section. So please, Hilary, come and take us through the module. If you can hear me again, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Very good. Karibu sana, Hilary.
Yes, good morning. Yes, my name is Hilary Onyango. I work for the Institute of Budget Advocacy and Research Consulting. We were the team that worked very closely with the TISA and the groups from the county government and groups from the citizen groups within different counties to develop this particular module. So my work basically is just to give you a brief of what is contained in the module. I know you have managed to go through this particular module, but still just highlights of the same. I will do justice to do a very quick presentation, because I know there's part of the program that needs to be covered. I also want to recognize my colleague who supported me in undertaking this work, Mr. Cyprian Nyamwamu. Maybe you can, is there. So I'll also give him some, maybe maximum 5 minutes to just say something about the module and the political economy situation of corruption, and then we can move forward, okay? Fine. So we considered our context of looking at the issue of public procurement. We said that public procurement is a critical driver in service delivery, looking at issues of education, schools, roads, hospitals, and water systems. Highlights on public procurement as the largest channel of public spending and the most corrupt sector or subsector for that reason, or a tool. Emphasis on social accountability as a practical citizen-driven mechanism to safeguard public resources is becoming very eminent. Persistent corruption, opacity, mismanagement in procurement undermines development outcomes. In Kenya now, we talk about budgeted corruption, political patronage, procurement capture has normalized malpractices. We have weak compliances with procurement planning, transparency requirements, and audit standards across national and county entities. So the primary goal of this particular manual was to combat corruption, enhance governance in public procurement by empowering citizens and civil society organizations through social accountability. So what happens here is that we provide a practical step-by-step guide to citizens to monitor public contracts from planning to completion, transforming them from passive bystanders to active overseers. We are strongly anchored in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which mandates public participation, transparency, accountabilities are strongly outlined in Article 1, Article 10, Article 35, Article 201, and Article 227, amongst others. So, what is the problem? In terms of scale, public procurement is the largest channel for government spending. About 1/3 of the budget is under procurement, making it highly vulnerable to corruption. Some of the key corruption that we tried to review, there are incidences of bribery, bid rigging, political patronage, tailor-made specifications, and embezzlement. The impact, and this has been stated here by my previous predecessors, corruption leads to poor service delivery, collapsed roads, lack of medicine, inflated costs, amongst others. Systemic nature, now corruption is what now is institutionalized, becoming a routine part of a system through practices like budgeted and legislated corruption. Public procurement is the largest channel of expenditure, as I have stated. So, in terms of law, the Constitution is strong in looking at issues of transparency, fairness, and competitiveness. Public participation, accountability, and access to information are strongly anchored to support us in terms of looking at the manual that is citizen-driven. The Public Procurement Act and the Disposal Act 2015 and the regulations, subsequent ones, provides a procedural backbone for procurement and contracting. Now there's the element of the right-based approach to shaping citizen engagement and accountability, as was earlier stated by the representative of Oxfam. So, how is then social accountability key in terms of this? One, you look at now the element of having people understand what are their entitlements, what are their rights, what are their responsibilities against the resources that are being allocated. So we talk about vertical accountability mechanism, which is supposed to complement the horizontal mechanisms. The people oversighting the government oversighting themselves, and even the civil society supporting to strengthen the government accountability. In contract monitoring, we look at the practical evidence-based application of social accountability. It involves systemic tracking of public contracts to ensure they deliver value for money on time and the required standards. But there's a nexus. Social accountability creates an enabling environment for rights and participation, while contract monitoring provides actionable tools and evidence that helps us to track the issues of corruption. So we just reiterated what is there in the Act. Clearly, procurement system is multi-stage. We look at corruption can occur at planning, corruption can occur at tendering, corruption can occur at evaluation, corruption can occur at award, can also occur at contracting, can also occur at contract management, and also now we see corruption emerging in audit, where the people who are now given an opportunity to audit, then now they also come in to cover up what already had been done. So some of the methods that are there in tendering, like in the Kenyan situation, we talk about open tendering, restricted tendering, RFP, RFQ, and also the direct procurement, framework agreements, and the reverse auctions. Of course, there are so many institutions in Kenya that support this. I know most of us are aware of that. But I want to highlight on the corruption risks. Bribery is now key, because it's very difficult to transfer the money now directly to a given system. But once the payment is done, then there's a way in which they make the follow-ups. Bid rigging, kickbacks, and tailor-made specifications, so that then what is supposed to be a standard requirement, then you find that it is done in a way that would protect or would not meet the expectations that are there. Systemic weaknesses like poor planning, unjustified direct procurement, premature contract signing, expired tender validity, and undocumented variations. And this variation now is, especially at the county level, is now becoming endemic. High proportions of quantities receiving qualified, adverse, or disclaimer audit opinions signal systemic accountability gaps. I don't know by law, but we were just doing this. I saw some comments, like yesterday, the Auditor General saying that they give the comments, but they don't see changes within the institutions in terms of them correcting those particular evidences that they've gotten. So institutional corruption dynamics, we classified them into 4 in the module. We talk about budgeted corruption, inflating projects for kickback margins, legislated corruption, weak and manipulated regulatory thresholds, patronage networks, tender awarded to allies or financiers, and then procurement capture. Powerful actors dominate decisions that are given. So then, how do we come in as citizens or as taxpayers into this? We're talking about participatory budgeting, planning, and influencing procurement priorities. My friend from Baringo was giving me a good feedback this morning. He says that since they brought in the EGP, now for the first time they are able to see the procurement plan, which they had never seen in the last, I think, 10 years of devolution. So I think some gains now. Monitoring tender notices, awards, decisions, contract details, and delivery quantities. And then use of community scorecards, social audits, expenditure tracking, and citizen reportings. Corroborating with CSOs to strengthen voice, access to information, and facilitate structured engagements. There's something I think also around data protection, which now needs to be looked at, because now if you want to ask for certain information, they say it is data protected, and that is already becoming a gap that stakeholders in the fight against corruption need to be very sensitive about. Some of the key tools we've highlighted here are citizen-led monitoring tools, social audits, community scorecards, participatory approaches, like participatory budgeting. Now, in terms of digital and tech tools, this is now big. We look at leveraging the use of public procurement information portal, IFMIS, geotagging, and mobile/SMS-based platforms for reporting, as was highlighted earlier here. Legal levers, strategic use of Access to Information Act of 2016 to request documents and engage oversight bodies like the EACC and the Auditor General. How do we think the social accountability approaches would help? We are talking about right-based approach, emphasizing transparency, equity, inclusion, and public participation, and also just strengthening participatory tools like public forums, social audits. For us, inclusion is very key, and that has been embedded strongly in the module. Inclusion of women, inclusion of youth, inclusion of persons with disability, and other marginalized categories within the different frameworks to ensure equity and also democratic oversight. Contract monitoring framework, we need to define clearly the roles of key actors. What is the role of the citizens, the role of CSOs, oversight institutions, outline guidelines for monitoring that has been done, encouraging the use of digital platforms, verification of project existence, contract, timelines, and deliveries, and engaging with, of course, constructively with the oversight bodies, and also CSOs playing a bridging role between the citizens and government, because sometimes when the citizens are weaker, they need a voice that can help them to reach that destination. We have embedded monitoring and evaluation and learning framework into this, so it's key to check and track our gains within the works that we are doing. So now, critical success factors in the war against corruption and what we've embedded, we're looking at inclusive participation, women, youth, persons with disability as a critical constituency, and now children are being brought in to also bring in their voices around these matters. Evidence-based advocacy, where we are talking about transforming observations into verifiable evidence, photos, data, audit reports. Collaborative approach, let's work together, citizens, CSOs, government agencies, and oversight committees, and then early and continuous engagement. It's not a one-off. It's something that has to be done consistently so that we maintain eternal vigilance in terms of the work that we are doing. Documented impact and case studies. In Kakamega County, we have documented CSO advocacy, public expenditure tracking that led to completion and handover of a health facility and development of a maternal care act. In Homa Bay County, we talk about long-term use of various social accountability tools, budget analysis, scorecards, social audits to improve health delivery and infrastructure. And I wish to report that I think in Homa Bay County is one of the counties that almost have oversighted FLOCA very, very, very diligently and very professionally compared to the other counties. In Baringo County, this was even mentioned earlier, they talk about Bunge Mashinani, a multi-strategy approach using Bunge Mashinani, public expenditure tracking and digital tools to enhance engagement with county assemblies on audit queries. As I summarize, strategic recommendations, strengthen and expand public disclosure of tender documents and contracts, institutionalize citizen participation across procurement stages, expand capacity building for CSOs and citizen networks on procurement and monitoring. I'm happy this is already being done. Push for harmonized national county procurement practices and stronger enforcement, or PPDA. And then promote digital transparency, e-procurement, open contracting portals, and foster collaborative oversight, citizens, government, so that then it is not about us versus them. Let's do it in a more harmonized way. In conclusion, citizens must transition from passive observers to active monitors. Citizens must shift from observers to co-conveners of public resources. Social accountability must become focal or integral to governance and development processes and collective action. Then social accountability is also essential to curb corruption and improve service delivery. Every public shilling must deliver value and dignity to all Kenyans. So what is the road ahead? Civic duty, social accountability, and contract monitoring as presented, and non-negotiable citizen responsibility for reclaiming public resources. Game changer, this module is positioned as a transformative resource to build a culture of vigilance and integrity. And lastly, to foster a courageous social accountability movement where informed citizens are the strongest defense against corruption, ensure public funds deliver dignity and development for all Kenyans. Yeah, so that is a brief. There's a lot within that particular module. It's around 84 pages, so you can see we've condensed it very greatly. Give me an opportunity to allow my colleague Cyprian to just say something and then come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilary, for that excellent exposition of the tool. And I'm just here to say that this work was very exciting, but we need to use it to build a movement, Diana. We had a very lengthy discussion with Sheila and Transparency International the earlier part of this week. And no, actually last week. And what I want to suggest, comrades, is that this handbook is so important. I want to encourage us to build a 47-county, 290 constituencies network. And this conversation, Diana, you remember we started it earlier in the year, actually sometime last year, that if you don't get a good system to override a bad system, you are not going to make progress. So I'm here just to recommend one thing. Because we've done the political analysis of corruption, the political analysis of integrity, we know what the problem is, and we have actually come to a place where we know what needs to be done. So my recommendation is this, that we reconvene the tripartite alliance that has always helped this country to make strides forward. What is the tripartite alliance? The tripartite alliance always has been the civil society network and the academia. That's the one leg of the three-legged stool, the civil society and the academia. The second part is the religious network in this country. And then there's the third part, which is the political leadership, political parties, members of parliament, the ones that are progressive, So that if we can be able to expand that with one last, so that we build a quadripartite, we bring in the constitutional commissions, the statutory bodies, and the various governmental agencies. And then we build a seamless network of social accountability agents across the 290 constituencies. There's a reason I'm talking about the 290 constituencies below the 47 county governments. Because the county governments and the county level focuses on the county, but you need the 290 constituencies to deal with the national government, where more than 85% of the resources are captured. Of course, I know we know the corruption that is happening in counties. It's very visible. You know, the people are poor and the money can be seen. When an MCA or a CEC builds a kiosk or an hotel out there, it's very quick to see it. But the big money, really, that is involved in the budgeted and legislated corruption is at the national level. The kind of mind-boggling corruption that is in procurement at the national level is serious. And we cannot deal with this thing unless we build a system, a good system, working with PPRA, working with government agencies, because we are not doing anything subversive. We are building on what our constitution provides for, our acts of parliament provide for. So this launch should excite us, to build this good system that overrides the bad system. Because if we are going to leave it to TISA, you know, they are not going to crack it. It is big business, and we need to make it political. We can't leave it to a few organizations, TISA, Transparency International, a few others. It will not work. So we need to bring in the church, the religious fraternity. They have, for example, NCCK has 47 county coordinating committees, CCCs. The Catholics have established, you know, the 27 dioceses, which cover all the 47 counties. If we can be able to map who is where and get many civil society organizations on board, research institutions, we can actually create branches for PPRA, create branches for the Auditor General, create branches for EACC. We are not going to give these institutions the life they need to deal with corruption if we do not create a political cost to corruption. These organizations, you've seen how the Auditor General these days is resigned. She's resigned. She even says, I hope they can use these audit reports to deal with corruption. Have you seen she has resigned? Because she comes and tells Kenyans 1.3 trillion shillings was withdrawn manually. And then the newspapers write the following day it's forgotten. So what do you think happens to the auditor's office? They resign. That Kenyans are not using the information they are providing to deal with the people who are corrupt. So Hillary has done very well. You now understand how this is going to help us. My plea is that could we use it now to build a nationwide network of agents, social accountability agents? Could we even put them on a salary or some stipend? We need to train them. And we need to get the religious, the civil society, the academia, the research institutions, and the constitutional bodies to come on board. We have some very good members of parliament who can give us the information that we require. So that is my plea, that this launch should trigger us to build the bigger movement, because what is lacking in Kenya today is the lack of the movement. The movement building institutions are there, and they are doing a wonderful job, including who has convened us, TISA, who has convened us here this morning. But Alex, I'm saying, could we now use the resources, the tools that we have built, to build the movement for integrity, the movement for accountability, because that's the only thing that we are missing. Thank you very much. That was the thing that I really wanted to emphasize. Thank you.
Let's give them a better clap. Thank you very much, Cyprian and Hillary. Part of what I didn't present to you is the fact that the module is very useful for our TOT. It even provides the materials that you need to carry out your training. How do you run your programs? How do you go into the many items that Hillary has taken us through? And now at this point in time, because I know all of us want to see what is in it, allow me to welcome my colleague Diana Gishengo to take us through the next part of the program. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. I come back. If you see me back, it's because I missed some protocols and I am an accountable person. So we retain good afternoon, taxpayers. After what Cyprian has said, we will surely need a movement to ensure that Sheila's roads are not recarpeted when other roads are falling apart. Yeah? We are coming to the bit where we launch the module, And with us here today is the County Executive Member, CEC Devolution and Administration for Makueni County, Nicholas Masila Nzioka, who will be our keynote representing the Council of Governors. Like I indicated, the chair centers his apologies. He is unwell. We also have the Chief Officer Partnership and Linkages, Uasin Gishu County, who is here to represent the Governor of Uasin Gishu, Governor, His Excellency Governor B, Mr. Sankor Abdirahman is here with us. We have my friend, and I think senior in the profession, Viola Ochola, the Director Access to Information at the Commission on Administration of Justice. We do have the Director Public Participation, Kefue Mainge, from Meru County. Francis, the Deputy Director PPRA, spoke to us earlier, and definitely together with the head of partnership, EU delegation joined by his colleague Line. We also have Jan, who is our partner and the Deputy Head of Office at Conrad, Sheila Masinde, my comrade, Executive Director at Transparency International. I see very many civil society organizations who've joined us. Sorry, I forgot. We still have Elmer from the World Bank, the regional manager, and we also have the country lead for e-procurement with us here. Having said that, I now take this opportunity to welcome the Chief Officer Partnership and Linkages from Uasin Gishu County, Mr. Sankor Abdirahman, to come and share with us the role of counties in promoting open contracting and citizen involvement. Here to represent Governor B, who has worked very, very closely with 20 civil society organizations in Uasin Gishu County, feeling the heat. The heat comes to burn you or to provide you with warmth. Governor B has embraced the warmth of accountability, and I hope in the panel thereafter we'll get to hear what civil society organizations are doing. Karibu sana, Mr. Sankor.
A very good afternoon, taxpayers. Are you touched? I am really touched. I'm afraid I may go back home and tell my wife, for the interest of transparency and accountability, I'm giving you my phone. I don't know what will come out of that. Okay, I observed two things when I first came in, and one is the way our tables were designed or set. I felt is TISA trying to tell us that we are still working in silos and information is not given out. Number two, TISA in Kiswahili means 9. And when we say we are on cloud 9, it means we are extremely happy. So we are happy with TISA. If I may go direct to the speech of the governor, I'm here to represent him. It is a profound honor to join you today for the important launch of the Citizens Watch module on monitoring public contracts through social accountability in Kenya. A transformative platform that marks an important step in strengthening how Kenya oversees public contracts through social accountability. Today's event speaks to a national aspiration we all share in ensuring that every public shilling works and works for the Kenyan people. This initiative symbolizes our collective determination to build a country where public resources are managed with integrity, transparency, and genuine respect for citizens. I commend TISA and its partners for its solid leadership in championing open contracting, transparency, and accountability. Through sustained advocacy, TISA and its partners have helped deepen a national culture where citizens are observers of development and active participants in shaping it. Their work reminds us that good governance is strongest when state institutions and civil society work together. And a good example of this collaborative effort is Uasin Gishu County with the civil society network. Through the roundtable meetings, we have been able to realize the gaps as per the CBT's report 2023, and as a result, my county emerged position 22 in the CBT's report 2024 from position 45. Additionally, we have established a CBEF committee where 2 members from the civil society are members of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution brought government closer to the people. It gave counties both the responsibility and the opportunity to manage resources transparently, efficiently, and with direct citizen oversight. As counties, we have a constitutional mandate to ensure that public procurement is open, competitive, fair, and in line with Article 201 on public finance principles. Furthermore, we live in a time when citizens are more informed, more aware of their rights, and more insistent on accountability from those entrusted with public office. This changing civic landscape demands that we, as leaders, open our doors wider, share information freely, and conduct public affairs with clarity and honor. It's a responsibility that my administration in Uasin Gishu County has embraced fully. Over the past few years, we have strengthened our public participation structures, ensuring that community forums are more accessible, better communicated, and more inclusive. Today, citizens are keen on identifying project priorities, monitoring implementation, verifying progress, and speaking boldly when things go off the course. Through this, we have undertaken bold steps to strengthen procurement integrity, knowing that public contracting is one of the most critical and sensitive areas of governance. Inclusion has also remained a defining pillar of our administration. Through full implementation of the Access to Government Procurement Opportunities, AGBO, we continue to reserve 30% of procurement opportunities for the youth, women, and persons with disabilities. For instance, at our county headquarters, a team of deaf youth, abled differently, carry out cleaning and duties with outstanding professionalism. Their work is a reminder that ability is universal and opportunity must be too. The Citizens Watch module comes at the perfect time as it strengthens the bridge between citizens and government, giving the public a reliable tool to follow the money, scrutinize public projects, and ensure that every contract delivers what was promised. This initiative aligns perfectly with the commitment we have as counties under the Open Governance Principles, the PFM Act, and the County Governments Act. Our role as counties, therefore, in promoting open contracting and citizen involvement revolves around strengthening open contracting practices at all procurement stages, increasing the accessibility for procurement and project information to the public, strengthening the collaboration with CSOs and other interested partners in project monitoring, supporting digital innovations that enhance transparency and accountability, promoting inclusive public participation, especially for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. As we launch this module today, I wish to emphasize that counties cannot deliver accountability in isolation. CSOs cannot monitor public contracts alone, and citizens cannot meaningfully participate without access to information. This is why a partnership approach between the government, civil society, the private sector, the youth, women, and the general public is critical. I therefore call upon all stakeholders to use this module effectively. Let's ensure that it becomes a real tool that improves how public projects are implemented across the country. We want our counties to be a model of measurable, citizen-centered, corruption-free public contracting. I once again thank TISA, Transparency International, CAS, and all the partners for this timely and transformative initiative. I congratulate all partners involved in making this launch possible. Let's work together to build a more transparent, accountable, and prosperous nation. Thank you, and God bless you. I wanted to invite the CEC. That's okay. Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to invite the CECM Devolution Makueni County, Mr. Nicholas Nzoka. Welcome.
Good afternoon, taxpayers. Good afternoon once more. My name is Nicholas Nzioka, the County Executive Committee member in charge of devolution, public participation, county administration, and special programs, the great county of Makueni. We call it the county with a promise. There's a saying that positive criticism is the building block of any healthy project, and especially one which requires a wider representation and whose tentacles are far-flung. It is my first time to be in this forum, and I've learned a lesson or two. And you can rest assured, in future, you may not invite me, but I may get crushed, because I have a lot to learn. Allow me to make a few remarks about this launch today. It is basically, I've learned that it's about public procurement, and the public procurement accounts for a significant share of government spending. When done right, it improves service delivery and strengthens trust in government. When done wrong, it leads to inefficiency, corruption, and the public dissatisfaction. When we talk about impeding citizens, we mean involving citizens in monitoring, evaluation, and influencing procurement processes to ensure fairness, transparency, and value for money. We can do this through, one, enhancing social accountability so that citizens can hold officials accountable beyond bureaucratic structures. Two, building trust and legitimacy in governance. The benefits of impeding citizen oversight include, one, improved service delivery. Citizens know their needs best. Their feedback helps tailor procurement to real priorities. Two, transparency and anti-corruption. Public scrutiny reduces opportunities for fraud and favoritism. Three, inclusive development. It ensures marginalized voices are heard in resource allocation. And four, strengthened democratic norms. Procurement becomes a tool for democratic responsiveness and not just transactions. The practical mechanisms to impede oversight. One, information disclosure. Public procurement plans, budgets, and performance reports in accessible formats. Two, citizen monitoring platforms. Use of digital tools for real-time feedback and reporting irregularities. Three, participatory planning and budgeting. Involve citizens in setting priorities before tenders are issued. Four, social audits. Independent citizen-led reviews of procurement outcomes. And five, community resource management. Allow local groups to manage certain resources under government oversight, challenges and how to address them. 1, information asymmetry. Citizens often lack technical knowledge. Solution is civic education and simplified data. And 2, digital divide, where use of multi-channel engagement, both online and offline, to reach all demographics. And 3, institutional resistance, impaired oversight in legal frameworks and procurement guidelines. Call to action. Citizen oversight is not only an option, it's not an optional add-on. It's a governance imperative. Let us commit to making procurement transparent, participatory, and people-centered. By doing so, we deliver not just services, but trust and dignity. Thank you. Allow me to make some comments, because I'm also a champion of people with disability and a gender rights activist. I have served in 3 departments in the county government of Makueni. I started with the Department of Gender, Children, Youth, Sports and Social Services. And during my tenure in the 1 year and 2 months, we witnessed growth. And the one thing that I was very keen on is the number of jobs that were given to that category you described here, the marginalized, the women, and of very keen interest, the persons with disability. I did this deliberately. I may not give the reasons here, but it is godly. I did it because it was the right thing to do, in my opinion. But I also need to challenge this sitting. We have seen people who have used documents belonging to persons with disability to make money, and those people end up getting nothing in return. It is immoral, it's ungodly, and we should condemn it in the strongest terms possible. Currently, I am serving in the Department of Devolution, where there is a component of special programs. You know, those who are under that grouping, when disasters strike, they run to the department. I want to tell you for free, for the 47 years that I've been in this world, and also being from a charity background, we need to do more. And when one of the speakers spoke about the 290 constituencies and the 47 counties, I personally believe this country is very rich. It is just that our resources do not go where they are required. People just pocket, and the rest of Kenyans wallow in poverty. And the saying that poverty exists because those who have do not want to share is true. So let this sitting not just be about those who are seated here, but I am very sure at the end of the day, each one of us seated here can make a difference where we come from. Thank you.
Taxpayers, does that represent the type of government leaders we would want? Yeah? We would like to be sitting in spaces like that, where government can listen, is ready to learn from us, and we learn from each other. Thank you very, very much, CC Nzioka and Abdi, for those remarks from Uasin Gishu. For any other person who is working with government, social accountability, public participation, civic engagement is not a bad thing. Actually, at TISA, we prepare citizens to set priorities for government, but we also prepare government to be ready for the active citizen. Because if there is an imbalance and they find a government that is not prepared, people will be frustrated. And I think you can, what is happening is in Uasin Gishu is testament to the work that we are doing with TISA and Conrad Adenash Tiftang. We've now come to the point where we launch the module that was drafted by very many of us. Cyprian has said what spirit we need to put in there. Hilary has told us highlights of the context. And I now want to invite anybody who has spoken so far to come to my right. Sonia will lead us, including the moderator, will lead us in that particular process, but they'll also be joined by Anthony Buluma, the CEO of the Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association. You'll be speaking immediately after this, the director Meru, Zipora, of everybody in Tunu. Zipora is our project coordinator of Tupigane na Usitadi. Line, if you could all move to this side as we get ready for the launch. Tutasonga na siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga na siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi. Ufisadi tutaacha kwa siasa nzuri, procurement mbaya zitaenda kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga na siasa nzuri, tukomboe nchi yetu na wananchi wote.
Thank you very much, Diana. I think the next time we need to have that as a lyric so that we can be able to follow up and sing together. You will teach us? Okay. Diana mentioned, as you were ending, you said that watu wote wa Tunu wakuje. If all of them, because I believe all of us in this room are Tunu, right? Who is not fighting corruption here? Who is not fighting corruption in the room? The government? No. For today, we will defend the government because they are here with us and they are fighting corruption with us. Studio. So as we do this, I am hoping that all of us are going to join and be part of the official unveiling and launch of this module. And we will be able to use it beyond here. We are still having sessions where we'll hear from much of our speakers and also our panel to see how then we can be able to leverage on this for betterment of service delivery in our counties. So I will ask officially, because the CEC for Makueni, being that you are our official keynotes, then you will have to do the honors for us for the purpose of unveiling. But I will ask my comms team to also let us know if we are ready. Okay, we are ready. So then, is this where the network of Tunu says something? No, not talking.
Let's all count. Let's continue clapping. And our module. Round of applause.
photo, I want to remind us something that Hillary said. While we were developing this, the aspect of inclusivity for us was key, and we really tried to bring out all that even in the cover page of the book so that everyone feels their part and parcel of this module. Photographers,
makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you and congratulations Diana and team on the launch Citizen Watch, monitoring public contracts through social accountability in Kenya. We all now have a responsibility to read the document and do the actual implementation. Thank you.
Thank you all for those who joined us in here. I would request, I'm guided by the photographer, please. The photographer has requested we have catch for purposes of access to information and how crucial it is in the module. We also have Yes Jan, and the CC will still stay EU as it was, but then the rest of us can now join the audience. For those of us who have our flyers on the tables, you can be able to scan if the book has not yet come to you. There's a QR code on the flyer for you to have an online version. This is the flyer. There's a QR code on the back, but also at the lower tail end of the third page.
As you do that, kindly share with your network members.
As a team that's finishing the photos, I would request all our 8 TOTs to also come here because you are our official champions of the module. All the TOTs in the room, please come.
From the 11 counties.
Yes.
Uasin Gishu County, Baringo, Kiambu.
Thank you very much. Have your seat. Alex, you can take the photo with the TOTs. Copies of the book. And the coordinators. Have we been able to access the QR code and the book?
The 2 new coordinators. Kindly
get hold of your copies. So we can do the TOTs first and then the coordinators next. So the TOTs first, together with Alex. Kindly join them. The TOTs first from the 8 counties. We need to see those beautiful smiles. You're the champions of this. Nyinyi ndio guru wa hii document sasa. So you now have the power to continue building the capacities of our CSO members. Thank you. Next is Tunu coordinators. Tunu coordinators. Tunu coordinators in the room, Tomno. We have the 11 coordinators. Thank you so much. So we wish to continue with the program. Hello, everyone. Hello. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. There are people who are looking at me, but they're not clapping, so I don't know if they're hearing. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Should I mention names? Because I know almost everyone in this room. Please cut the music. I would like to request us to continue with the program. We have one last bit of the program that is yet to be done. We have 2 speakers that are going to welcome us into a panel, and as the team helps to set up the chairs, we will quickly go to the first speaker, who then is going to speak to us what they envision as an association on how we can be able to push for citizen oversight in Kenya. I would like to also share something that as we were developing this book, part of our discussions were majorly how do we make sure that people see the essence of the aspect of contracts and procurement as a whole. Most times we have pushed for social accountability and other mechanisms have worked better, but then the aspect of after we have publicly participated in the budget making process, do we follow it up later or we stop at that point? See, we have been given money for the projects. So we wait for the next year to say the project was never done. Are we together in the room? Tijan, you're laughing. Unfortunately, or fortunately, all the other moderators might not have known everyone, but I somehow know everyone by name. So as we were speaking, it was much of how then do we make sure people see social accountability and understand it, but also still put an emphasis on contract monitoring, which is also an aspect of social accountability. So I hope that as you get to engage with the document, you're able to look at it from all those angles and find it as a useful module for you and the people you represent who are not in this room. May we be able to share the QR code as guided by Bernardine to all the networks that we have to see how much we can have citizen agency in all the 47 counties. And today we've been told to look it further into the 290 constituencies. Sawa sawa. So I want to welcome Brian Buluma to say one or two. Before then, we can be able to welcome Okoto Pondo, who will now be opening the panel for us. Karibu, Brian. Makofi kwa Brian. That was just a way for me to get a clap. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Brian must be a different person. My name is Anthony Buluma, and allow me to first and foremost take this opportunity to recognize all the individuals who are present, particularly the distinguished taxpayers who are yourselves and myself, colleagues within the civil society space, the very many partners who've supported this process. As has been mentioned, my name is Anthony Buluma. I'm privileged to be the CEO of all the young parliamentarians in Kenya in a platform called Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association. I say this with pride because it's not every other day that you meet young people elected into offices, political offices to be specific. And Kenya, as it stands today, is privileged to have 60 of such. As I mentioned how privileged I am to be speaking right after this very glamorous launch that we've witnessed, I believe that what we are doing here today is turning the next page for this country. I say this as a young Kenyan who believes that at the heart of democracy, there is a promise that is made, and that promise is captured in the social contract between those who govern and the citizens. And that promise has always been that public resources must and should serve the public good. Colleagues, what we've witnessed affirms that what we keep repeating as a terminology should no longer be a terminology but a culture. Accountability is not an event. It should be a culture that is embedded in all of us, and it has to be shaped from the grassroots coming upwards. I dedicate this to be an accountability moment because so much is happening in this country, especially post the Gen Z protest of 2024. And I call it a moment, an accountability moment, because on one hand, you have a citizenry that is increasingly making demands for services, for facilities. You heard Sheila mention that there's a road, 5-star road, and I want to ride on all those many people who have cited her as an example. As this demand rises, we are also witnessing a rise in expectations as well as a rise in demand for accountability. And ladies and gentlemen, last year, because my platform allows me to interact mainly with young people in this country, young people in Kenya came out to the streets to push for accountability on their leaders' part. And these young people were asking what we would ordinarily say are very hard questions, but I don't actually think they're very hard. But some of the questions that kept popping up was that, how are we accountable in terms of contract awarding in our institutions of publics? And who benefits from these contracts that are awarded? The young people are asking, how is it that some projects remain unfinished? You saw them go around, you know, highlighting and projecting projects that are launched but are never completed. These young, ordinary Kenyans were also asking, how and why is it that they only hear of procurement when scandals erupt? You know, these are fundamental questions, and they are not hostile questions. If anything, I would describe them as patriotic questions that require patriotic responses. Colleagues, when questions are asked, it's not always and should never be perceived as an attack on government. If anything, these questions are to help us strengthen our institutions of governance. allow me to just echo what has already been shared in terms of why do we need social accountability. I believe that social accountability is not so much on the naming and shaming, but it also has a lot to do with citizens reaching out to co-govern with their government. And this co-governance should allow us, Bwana CC, to build a transparent relationship between duty bearers and right bearers, because that is clearly the disconnect that even the module we are launching today will help us address. And we've talked about issues of contracting. I believe that what we need to emphasize in no uncertain terms, that when we are talking about public contracting, it's not a private matter, it's not a private affair, or, if anything, a privilege of a few, but it's more a question of a public trust that emanates from the beginning of the agreement. The citizens went and voted and said, Buluma, you're rightfully in office, but only up to this point if you're able to execute your mandate to my satisfaction. So when that misses, what happens? You begin to see a manifestation of challenges in the procurement system, open contracting systems, and all that. So we have a duty as players in this sector to, one, work towards safeguarding and ensuring that our citizens get what they signed up for. Our citizens get the schools they signed up for. Our citizens get the kind of roads that Sheila was talking about. Our citizens get the kind of quality health care that they so deserve. Allow me to really emphasize on the place of young people, because the Gen Zs introduced us to a conversation that generations before were not able to push. They actually scaled up the conversations around public accountability. They affirmed to us that the citizens of Kenya, and particularly the young ones, are no longer passive observers. They are active auditors of our government systems. I want to really say that sometimes these terminologies and the complexities of these procurement systems deny the citizens an opportunity to actually meaningfully contribute. And that's why I really join those who are congratulating TISA and all the other partners, TI, Conrad, for this kind of a launch. Because when you have this kind of a module, I think it should be the first of its kind across Africa, if I'm not wrong. It should be, because rarely do you find modules that are citizen-centric. A lot of them would be targeted at actors within the government space. But here we are. We have a module that has thought about the citizen, is responding to what the Gen Zs were pushing for some time last year. I think what really we should emphasize is what Cyprian actually alluded to. How do we make sure that all the projects that are contracted are also finished beyond the procurement process? Because if this module will allow us to follow through the procurement process, it should also help us monitor to make sure that that which was contracted has been completed. Finally, I would want to also push for an accountability that is collaborative. And at the parliament level, I want to give assurance that out of my membership, we would be happy to be champions of this model, so that we ensure that you don't stand alone, or it's not a civil society or a government or executive initiative, but the collective initiative of all of us patriotic citizens of this great country. And therefore, my humble call to action to all of us is that those in the procurement sector, let us open the data. And those of us in the civic space, let us strengthen the participation of our people. And I'm happy, repeatedly, the question of inclusion has kept coming up. The young people are already out there, so we cannot afford to leave them behind. Let us also hold each other to the highest standards, so that we make sure I'm accountable to you, you're accountable to me. I like the joke by the chief officer. If possible, let's also share our phone passwords with our wives. But also let us remember that as we do all these things, transparency is not a favor we're extending to the citizens of this country. It is their right. And finally, Kenya's fight for accountability and specifically public contracting is not just a governance reform. It is a mission for this generation. My generation, your generation, our generation. So together, let's work towards building a Kenya where public resources work for our good, for the common good, and where every contract signed tells a story of development and not the kind of disappointment that our people have witnessed. I thank you.
Thank you, Buluma. I also don't know who Brian is. I'll try and figure out where they are from. But thank you for those kind words. And as you said, we want to believe it is the first that is citizen-centric, one that's going to inform how people move forward. So at this moment, allow me to welcome Okoth Oponde. I am butchering people's names today. Okoth Opondo to the stage for him to give us what he has for us today in regards to what we are here for. And the moderator and your team, please prepare to come up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Actually, it is an afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. In the spaces where I work, we don't sit this long. We sing, we jump, we dance. Can you please just stand up a bit and we enjoyed Diana's song together. If you don't know it, just repeat the words that we are going to talk. Please stand up. We'll be jogging a bit, just march as if we are marching forward, right? Tutasonga na siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi wake. Tutasonga na siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi wote, twende. Sing along. Siasa mbele, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi wote. Tutasonga na siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na wananchi wote. Chakula tutaleta kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Katiba tutalinda kwa siasa nzuri, watoto tutalisha kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Long live the undying spirit of patriotic Kenyans. Long live. Long live. Long live the undying spirit of Kenyans. Long live. Long live. Forward with accountability. Forward. Forward. Forward with accountability. Forward. Forward. Take your seats. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists who will be joining us on the floor shortly, and fellow Kenyans. Before we begin, allow me to ask very simple but painful questions that need to be asked this morning or this afternoon. How many of us passed or today passed by the same stalled classroom for so long that even the cows grazing nearby seem to have given up on these classrooms? I'm sure where you are coming from, you wonder what is happening. You look at the contractor's board and it says this project was supposed to have been completed in 2021. You look at your watch, it is 2025. You don't know when this is going to be completed. How many of us, again, in this room and as young people, applied to join TVETs or colleges that were launched with big speeches and big VIP convoys, only to arrive later and find the gate locked, no caretaker, and the lab still written, equipment still coming? I'm sure most of you can relate to what I'm asking. How many times have we watched the same road in our estate repaired every rainy season, yet it still floods, almost as if what and the contractor signed an agreement to be tormenting Kenyans all the time, right? And how many of us here have seen markets whose construction began so long ago that even the mangoes planted that actually were meant to be used for these shades, the mangoes haven't even grown and harvested faster than the buildings which are being built? I'm sure we can all relate to this. These are not just rumors, fellow Kenyans. These are our stories, the frustrations of the common Mwananchi. And when I talk about common Mwananchi, I'm talking about you people who are seated here. And they remind us of one truth, that our project is not complete when money is spent. A project is complete when the citizens start benefiting from that project. Are we together on that? You can clap, that is where you clap. Public procurement is not just paperwork, ladies and gentlemen. It is where public money meets public life. It is the school where a child in Samburu will learn. It is the borehole a mother in Kajiado will depend on. It is the drainage that determines whether families in Nairobi sleep dry or wake up swimming. And you're told, you are reminded always to buy your boats to be swimming across the city every time it rains. But procurement is also where public money sometimes behaves like Nairobi street cards. It disappears and no one knows where it goes to. And that's how sometimes we don't even understand where our money has headed to. And unless citizens participate, silence becomes expensive, ladies and gentlemen. Across Kenya, we have examples that would be funny if they are not heartbreaking. For example, in Kiambu and Murang'a, the Stole Mau Mau road stayed abandoned until villagers asked very important question. Hii barabara inatengenezwa na miaka ama inatengenezwa na pesa? Because Kenyans keep wondering, all these roads across, who will build them and when these roads will be complete? It was the citizens who raised the alarm first before the government reacted. Across several counties, we have hospitals with shining tiles, new paint and grand opening ceremonies, yet no doctors, no equipment, no patients. Only a lonely askari with keys. A stalled hospital is not just a waste, it is a delayed life, ladies and gentlemen. In many Nairobi streets, drainage systems are funded but still fail every rainy season. One resident in Zimmerman, I remember, shouting on news, maji ya mvua inanijua kuliko hata contractor wa hii barabara na hizi drainage zenyewe. And in counties across Kenya, new colleges and TVETs are announced, launched, and photographed, only for students to later find compounds overgrown with grass. One student actually joked, I came to learn ICT, but the only practical I can do in this school is landscaping and clearing grass. Humor aside, these are emotional stories, fellow citizens. People lose time, children lose learning, communities are losing progress. Kenya does not lack laws. If laws build schools, if laws build roads, we would be the most connected country in Africa. Our problem is not the framework, our problem is the culture. A culture where documents are hidden, public participation is a formality, and citizens are treated like disturbances instead of partners. And I believe that one has been emphasized by speaker after speaker. Even the speaker from Makueni mentioned it, that it is time to start treating citizens as partners, not as spectators. We can fix this, but only if citizens take their rightful seat. Ladies and gentlemen, first, citizens must know their power, that road is your money. That hospital is your money. That bursary office is your money, Kenyans. The problem is not lack of money. The problem is the lack of eyes to watch where that money is and how that money is being used. Secondly, procurement information must be simple and accessible. A mama mboga should be able to understand what is being built with her tax. Same thing to a boda boda rider. Third, communities must monitor projects in real time. If Kenyans can run WhatsApp groups for weddings, chama meetings, and neighborhood news, surely we can run WhatsApp groups to track the progress and to keep monitoring the projects in our counties and in our communities. Youth must be involved. Young people track trends faster than the news. They track tenders and project progress. I believe this is something they can do. Government must embrace citizens as partners. Citizens' scrutiny is not anti-government. It is pro-accountability, ladies and gentlemen. When the people participate, the powerful behave. Imagine a Kenya where parents track projects like they track examinations, or the same way they track results. All of us right now are at home, waiting for KPSEA, KJSEA, KCSE. Can't we track our progress the same way? Where youth live stream project progress, where every stall project triggers an automatic public explanation, where asking questions is normal and not seen as an opposition. And this one I'm specifically addressing it to the leaders who are in the room. Accountability begins with a question. So let us start asking those difficult questions. So today I ask you, and I ask even as you go home, if citizens do not protect public resources, who will? If we do not demand progress, who will? If we do not speak, who will speak for us? Democracy is not a spectator sport. You must play for it to work. Let us be the generation, as has been stated by Buluma, that refused to stay silent. Let us be the generation that chose involvement over indifference. Let us watch the money so the money can work for us. Citizens, participation is not a threat to government. It is an insurance policy for every shilling we pay in tax. And that's where you come in. And with that, allow me now officially welcome the panel as they take the stage. Viron Ochola, I think, is the moderator. Thank you so much, and may we have an engaging panel. Thank you.
Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you so much. I'm sure this should be removed here. And since we started in the morning up to now, allow me to summarize it this way. Imagine Kenya, where every shilling spent to buy goods and services turns into good roads, turns into good classrooms, and turns to us having health services that works for the people. Now imagine that Kenya. I know we live in the opposite, right? But the question has been, we have been told that it starts with what? Accountability. We must ask the hard questions. And right now, I want to introduce our panel discussion. And we are going to go deeper in terms of what our county partners are doing, and also to understand from the county government officials, how can we make it better, so that the citizens themselves can be able to lead in terms of oversight of procurement processes. And as you can see, our vision as TISA is citizen-led public accountability for good governance. We do believe, and we have conviction, that if we involve citizens and the citizens themselves take charge, we'll be able to have a good country, right? I'm only disturbed that we are not even sure what we will have when we have good governance. Anyway, so my name is Viron Ochola. I work at TISA as a program officer. I support the work that we do here and other work. And I'm happy that when we were developing this module, and I want to, by a show of hand, how many of you understand the public procurement process in government? For non-county officials and non-government officials, how many of you understand public procurement process from the start to the end? How many? Okay, but we have the solution for you. The solution lies, I think, on your table. Just scan the document, scan the QR code. We have simplified it there. It will help you going forward. So allow me to start by introducing Grace Mumo from our Tunu County Network in Makueni. Where are you? Grace, let's clap for her as she comes in. I will then go to Winnie Jelagat, again our county partner from Uasin Gishu County. Where is Winnie? Thank you. And the third panelist is Director Kiburi Maingi, Public Participation, Meru County. Let's clap for him. And finally, our guest speaker, that is CC Nicholas Nzioka from Makueni Devolution. Thank you. We can, okay, I think I'll sit this side. I will sit there. Yes. You can just leave it. I think so. You can just leave it. Yes. Okay, you can just leave it. That's where I'm understand. So thank you so much. This is going to be a 30-minute discussion, very interesting. And we want to understand how can we make citizen monitoring work in public procurement to strengthen accountability? How can we make citizen monitoring work in public procurement to strengthen accountability? And I will start with our county partners. This can go to anyone. You have been directly involved in implementing citizen monitoring at the county level. And we as TISA and our partners are very happy from what you've been doing recently in terms of trying to unpack to citizens, how do we ensure that there is citizen monitoring at the county level? So what has been the toughest practical barriers to you at the county level?
Good afternoon. My name is Mumo Grace from Makueni County, one of the CSO partners under the Tunu project. One, I want to applaud for Makueni. It might not be very difficult, but it has also some challenges. One, the advertisements are made and we see them online and also kwa magazeti. So whoever is interested can get it to know whatever is happening. But after the advertisements, I want to be very categorical. If you have not applied, and I'm talking from point of understanding, I'm not even interested to know exactly after the advertisement and the application what goes on. So I can say the biggest challenge is that we citizens, kama huja apply, you are not interested. But from the interaction with the model, at least I have known that I have an opportunity, and that is what I'm trying to do with my fellow CSOs, to let the wananchi to understand that we start together and we finish together until the handover of the project is done. So getting the details of the contractors is still a big challenge. And I remember there's one of our speakers who has talked about that. We still do not have the access to know who are the beneficiaries of these companies who are getting the contracts. Because when we go to the affirmative opportunities, that is through AGPO, actually you cannot really tell whether if it is a women-led company, you cannot tell. If we talk about the persons with disabilities, we still have challenges because most of them do not have even the capacity to apply for those opportunities. But you'll find under that category, they are there, but to trace exactly who is this person with disability, it is not very easy. So that is the challenge, to know exactly who are these contractors. Another challenge is about the amount of money. I am not a technical person to know exactly what it costs for a particular activity to be done, or when we talk of constructions, I cannot tell. So when it comes to the budgeted corruption, hiyo inaenda tu hivyo kwa sababu I don't know as a citizen. So we really need to applaud that knowledge to mwananchi so that categorically we can also question and also to be interested to know exactly when you talk to about the list bidder who has qualified, what were you really looking into? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And you can hear from her point is that in as much as the Makueni County has made significant progress, there's still terms in terms of disaggregating data so that we can know who specifically by gender, by age, by disability, who are the benefits of these contracts. Yes, to you, Winnie.
Thank you so much. I want to bring Tunu's project from 2023, where we began just immediately after the elections. We had new government. For Uasin Gishu, I can say that we didn't have open door policy. And as CSO members, we were viewed as watu ambao wanapiga vita serikali. And every time you would want to ask of any information about the services that are being delivered in the county, you would be viewed as somebody who is fighting
government. And I want to borrow what my brother said. Ulikuwa unapita unaona, for us we have a hospital which has been constructed over 15 years. Pesa iliisha, it's over 125% released funds. It has never ended, it has never been utilized. And so coming from that point, Tunu came and gave us an opportunity to open our mind on how best we can engage county and have that constructive conversation, how we can be able to leverage on opportunities that we as civil society members have. And one adaptation that we created is just trying to ensure that we reintroduce ourselves to the government. For us, like I've said, the government viewed us as wapiga vita, so serikali. But then we decided to go back and say who we are. So just telling the government that sisi ni wale watu ambao tunapigania haki, and we are not here to fight you, but we are here to help you achieve what you would really want to achieve and ensure that service delivery is attained. And this one gave us an opportunity to even have access to the simplest information of kuna project inaendelea. For us, we had a mixture of some projects that are being donor funded and projects that are being supported by the county. You could not tell the difference. And so when it comes to even following up, doing social accountability, you can't even tell even where you are tracing documents when it from the point of contracting. So the contracting process was never transparent. We didn't even have the knowledge and understanding of what we were supposed to follow as civil society. But today I want to speak that we have some capacities, even though we still have challenges to do with access to information within our county government, because we are not still accessing every single information that is required, but we are not where we were in 2023. We are somewhere. So I want to stop there for now, just to bring where we were and how we began.
Thank you so much, Winnie. And what I'm picking are results. If you look at the journey that we have walked together in this work, and you mentioned that back then, even access to information was a challenge. Back then, the government used to see you as people who are fighting them, and this again has changed. If you look at the contracting process, again, was never transparent, and in as much as we are not where we want to be, but there has been progress in terms of improvement. So thank you so much on that. I now want to move to the duty bearers that we are having here, and this is to the director and also to the CC. I want you to reflect in terms of what are these biggest misconceptions that you believe citizens have about procurement process. And this we can start with the CC from Makueni.
Thank you. Good afternoon once more. Thank you for this opportunity. Allow me to highlight the case of Makueni, because I am not very privy to the details of the other counties. But as I sit here, I have this guy seated next, just here, Joseph. Joseph is a thorn in our flesh, and his team. But let me say, we can talk to each other and talk at each other. The fact that we disagree does not mean we don't work together. I am 3 years old in the county government of Makueni, and I have been challenged a number of times by Joseph and his team, and the guys really correct us when we get it wrong. So from the word go, I said, and I started my remarks by saying, I welcome criticism, and I take it positively. And that by so doing, we have seen people come to benchmark in Makueni on what we do and how we carry out our business. However, there are some misconceptions that are there. But before I come to the misconceptions, when we came to the county government, because I happen to have been lucky to have worked with the current governor of Makueni when he was a senator. For the 9 years I was with him, and we transited together. So I say I'm one of the devolved units. We first did a completion of the project that were done by the former regime. I think, in my opinion, that was wisdom for the governor. Because there is a speaker who said here, procurement is not just paperwork. when that project does not translate to the completion, then it is zero work. For example, we found a fruit manufacturing factory that was not complete. Today, and last week, we had the Israel ambassador to Kenya in Makueni and his team. They tested the best juice courtesy of His Excellency Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and his government. That project was started by Governor Kibwana. Governor Mutula completed the ready-to-drink line, and there's some parameters that were not befitting that juice. Today, we are a threat as Makueni County to the big producers like Del Monte and other companies. I'm simply saying, I concur with the speaker who said, the paperwork is not enough until citizens see value for their money. Now, the misconceptions that are there. There is that thinking that the procurement officers are single-handedly giving out jobs, and that even the evaluation process is subjective. That somebody can just sit there, the county government decides who gets what. When I spoke, I said, I have personally encouraged those marginalized groups, as I said, I'm a champion, to apply for jobs I know they would get, and quite a number have gotten those jobs. So this notion that the determination done by an individual or a procurement officer is not correct. And in reality, there are committees that do some of these evaluations, and there are some, of course, governing laws that must be adhered to. There is the financial scoring, technical scoring, quite a number of parameters to be checked. And again, the sitting that somebody sits and assumes they'll get a job while in their comfort zone, you need to apply for this job to get it. There's a lot of noise out there by people who don't apply. Again, I've also seen people apply jobs using fake documents. When somebody is knocked off, again, noise. Yeah, some of these processes are guided by the law. And when the law is flouted, you know what happens. EACC will come knocking doors and people will be jailed. So these misconceptions are there, they are real. I wish the citizens of Kenya can adhere to the law. And for the case of Makueni, I am not sure that there is any information that is concealed that is of public interest. One, taking cognizance of the World Bank funded projects, we have published all the projects and the documents that are required on the website. Case in point, Kenya Devolution Support Program, that is under my docket. You can access all information about that project online. You don't need to come to my office. You just go to that Makueni website and you'll get the details there. That's it.
Thank you so much. And allow me to reiterate one thing that you've said, that people usually assume that procurement processes are single-handedly given out. And this is one thing that if you look at it from the political angle, people will argue yes. But now from the technical side that you're giving us, you're telling us that this is usually not the case. You are also telling the people in the room that procurement processes happen when there's an application, and they must apply for these jobs. If they don't apply for them, then they will not get them. And one thing that you've also mentioned around the World Bank funded project, and I don't know whether this is intentional, where you just have to focus on World Bank one and not the taxpayer funded project. Do we also have information around that?
When I cited the example of a project that is in my docket, because I have gone through a lot of vetting and assessment by the World Bank. So when I speak about my department, I am very sure that the information I'm saying is verifiable. And again, I talked about some criteria that must be met for somebody to get that job. Yes.
Thank you so much. Now we move to Director Kiburi Mayengi to also respond to the questions on the misconception that people have around public procurement process from your county.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Kiburi, not Kiburi.
Seems like today is not a good day for all of us.
So good afternoon, taxpayers. Yeah, I want to bring you greetings from Meru County, the land of prosperity. I know a lot of bad publicity has been out there. We had around 2.5 years of Kaende Kaende slogan, and I want to confirm that that came to an end. We now have the slogan of building Meru together, or Kujenga Meru Pamoja, a clear on call that I think is in sync with what is happening here today, where we have opened our doors to not only other development partners, but we have also opened the doors for non-state actors like the CSOs, and we are very grateful that we have an opportunity to really share with you what the other positive side of Meru. When it comes to misconceptions of the citizens and of course the other non-state actors about procurement process in the county, I want to add around 3 points. The first one is we suffer from the fallacy of generalization. In this one, I mean that most of our service consumers have a general view that all procurement processes in counties or in national government entities are corrupt. And I think based on that fallacy, just like a previous speaker here saying that the controller, is it the controller of budget and the auditor general has resigned to fate, there's that other problem of misconception by our brothers and sisters from the other side of the divide, that they have no powers to influence the procurement processes. And I think that is a big problem, which I think should change with the introduction of the tool that we have launched here this afternoon. My other misconception about procurement in the counties is that we have a Kiswahili saying that serikali iko na serikali. Basically, this is a general assumption that all information that is held by government entities is a secret and is a property of the government. So when you have this misconception, then you find people don't really have any passion when it comes to following up on information that are held by us. And I think most of you will agree with me that sometimes you don't even put any effort to gather information. So sometimes we blame lack of access to information. Basically, you enclose yourself in your own silo, and because of that assumption, you don't even put any effort to ask for information that is held by the duty bearers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I come to your point, I want to get to the audience, and I want you to reflect on this question. I want you to reflect from your own county or your community and look at that procurement challenge that you have personally observed and what stops citizens from taking action or speaking out. Over time, we've seen where citizens have apathy, particularly when they have tried, and they don't see success. And I want you to, from your own experience, and perhaps that could also give an opportunity to ask the speakers, what is stopping citizens from speaking out when they see these challenges? And I want to come to the CEC for devolution. You mentioned how Makueni has been successful in many ways, particularly when it comes to public procurement process. And looking at what is happening in Makueni, what are some of the learnings that you feel other counties can also pick from you so that we can bring citizens in the process of, in public procurement process?
There has been this notion that the lowest bidder always wins. It is not the case. There are some parameters that come into play. One, that person must demonstrate compliance with the legal requirements. There is a technical bit. Then there is also check the market rates, whether so that we don't attract very low bids, abnormally low bids. And the aspect of citizens as watchdogs, although my friend Joseph said he wants to remove the word dog, but the case of Makueni, in as much as we have been vilified by my fellow panelists, I don't think it is that extreme. We have tried as much as we can, and if you look at the last few weeks, we have digitized our suppliers. So the digitization is the way to go. And a place like the health facilities in Makueni, we have realized that through digitization, we are doing so well, and even the OSR has improved. So we are looking at it from a broader perspective as a county.
Thank you so much. And this now goes to the director. Looking at, and this also goes to the earlier discussion in terms of what our colleague Cyprian mentioned earlier. How can we bring many people into the discussion and to shift in terms of shift citizen monitoring? What is this commitments that perhaps county governments can do so that we can see public procurement monitoring become a citizen-led and not just for a specific group?
Thank you, our moderator. I think there's still hope. There's still there are still opportunities for us to bring on board a bigger chunk of citizenship in the procurement process monitoring. And I'm looking at an area, for example, in our county, now that we are saying that we are opening doors for all actors to come and play a role in terms of project management and service delivery. And I want to share with this forum the beautiful, and I think even Wana CEC will concur with me, the game changer of having the community-led project management committees. I think the earlier speaker in the morning, the TUNU coordinator, talked very thoroughly about the success story in Makueni. And I want to say that moving forward, I think for counties, and of course through the launching of the community-led public project management committees, is a game changer. It is in adherence to Article 174, Part C and D of our Constitution, that gives us an opportunity as duty bearers the mandate of ensuring that we give opportunities and avenues for people to govern themselves. Through the project management committees, which are basically community-led, these are not government institutions like the ward or the sub-county development committees. These are grassroots institutions. I'm a framework of giving the local communities where these projects are an opportunity to have a say right from the stage of the project cycle, from the identification of the projects, through the implementation cycle, and of course through the monitoring and evaluation and reporting of that project. And one of the key features of the community-led PMCs is that these are homegrown institutions which are basically at the project level. So like in Meru County, our plan is to roll out over 800 project management committees in this financial year. Of all the projects we have, we plan to have at least between 7 and 11 members of the community who are elected from the areas and zones where the projects are, to ensure that they are part and parcel of that modern process. And I think one of the problems that we are solving is the access to information challenge, because one other feature of these PMCs is that they'll have access to the contract document, the meeting documents, and they'll have a say in terms of proving about the approvals of the payment, where they have an opportunity to endorse the document and indicate whether these documents have met the threshold in terms of the materials being fed into the project site and the BQ specifications. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to combine your point with that of the CEC when he mentioned that digitalization, and you also mentioned that how you're going to have members of the community to be part of the community projects. And this is one way to give voice so that they can also be able to endorse and reject things around procurement processes. And I want us to now go to the audience and
can I add something small?
Yes. As you add something small, if there's any of you with a question, please prepare. From him, we are coming to you. Thank you.
I've just been thinking of a simplified version of these procurement guidelines to the citizens, so that I heard somebody mention of a county where the local dialect has been the talk. I would wish we would have the same in replicating the other counties, and also a joint capacity building for both CSOs and members of the public Department of Finance where procurement is domiciled, so that these people can read from the same page. That will go a long way in improving this.
Thank you. Seems like you opened the door for...
Now, just before we go to the audience,
Yes.
I also want to basically engage on something to do with the ICT infrastructure. Now that we want to go the AGP way, I think there is a need for us, not only the government, also the partners in the non-state world, to come on board and ensure that we have really a very stable infrastructure for ICT, because I believe one of the biggest challenges of adopting the EGP has to do with the existing infrastructure. And again, also borrowing from what has happened in this forum, where we are engaging with our citizens and the other civil society organizations, I think there is need for us to adopt the 3 C's. That is cooperation, consultation, and collaboration, and of course coordination. I'm happy because one of the speakers this morning from the CSO saying that this module now announces a departure from that confrontational way of doing things. We welcome very constructive criticism, and my team in Meru can attest that this is what we have adopted, and we are happy that we are already on board. We were able to attend the training for the TUNU social accountability tools last week, and our promise is that going forward, of course, in line with our clear and core of building Meru together, you are welcome to come on board, not only to criticize, not only to collaborate, but also to support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want us to stop there and reflect. He mentioned that they have adopted the module. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Can we clap for them? Now, I only have I only have 2 opportunities, and I want to give it to a gent and a lady. I can't see a lady's hand up. Okay, we only have 1 lady. Now for the gents, what do we do with you? Okay, I think he was the first one. For purposes of time, allow us to go with him and then the lady. But the discussion does not stop. We will be outside here as we've been networking. You can ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Jacob Mgumi, the co-convener and secretary of the Kenya Devolution CSOs Working Group, where we sit with Diana Kichengo and Benedict Kipruto. Our focus is matters evolution. We have 7,500 CSOs around the country, 47 county networks, and I'm happy to be part of this caucus today, this forum today. And this tool is a useful tool which you're going to use to be able to advocate for issues on the ground. And maybe to the government side over here, Makueni and Meru, maybe in a nutshell, you can tell us the 2 opportunities you see. This tool will be useful for us to advocate for issues on the ground. From your side, you know you're on the other side. Which opportunities are there? At least 2 opportunities which are available for us to be able to use the tool to advocate for the same issues you have been advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Janet Nando Ngoli from the Baringo Civil Society Organizations Forum, and I would like to ask a question to the CSOs and the government. My question to the CSO would be, what are the most immediate risks to effective citizen-led monitoring, and how can the civil society mitigate them? For the government, what accountability measures will be enforced when violation in procurement procedures are flagged through this module? Thank you so much.
Great. Do I have an opportunity to give one more person? There's a gentleman whose hand has been up. That's the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Isaac Chelal from Baringo CSO Forum. Just two questions. One, for the two county governments, have both of you embraced the EGB, the electronic government procurement, because that's where we are going, and what is the reason why you are not onboarding the same? And then secondly, how many of your projects that you advertised for go for a request for quotations against those who go for open tender procurement? Thank you.
Great. So I'll open the floor. Whoever wants to go first, so that I don't have to, whoever is ready.
I wish to respond to the first question about the opportunities that arise from the module that you have already rolled out. I want to say that this is a very welcome module. First of all, it standardizes how we relate with each other. I believe that the playground now is at level with the introduction of that document, and to show our support is by us responding to our call to come over and have a roundtable discussion with you. So we believe that moving forward, this will be the modus operandi, that we will not be talking at each other, pointing fingers. Tutakuwa tunazungumza, knowing that all of us are Kenyans, and we have a duty to ensure that our country moves forward in terms of development and in terms of fighting corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish to respond to my colleague from Baringo. The immediate risks. One, if the citizens don't know what they're supposed to do, it will not be done. So we need a lot of civic education, and more than the civic education, it is civic engagement. Because a lot has been told since the launch of the 2010 Constitution. We have been having civic education all over according to the parameters you use from specific counties. But if we don't encourage the citizens to take lead, to take responsibilities, it will be null and void. Number two, I know about social accountability without collaborating with the government. It will not also yield, because it will be seen as if it's a fight. So one, the information, the custodians of the information is the government. So we have to know that if we want the information, we proceed to the government and get it. That is, go to the channels which are provided, get the information, work with evidence, because rumors will not lead us to anything. Number three, how to mitigate it. We must be ready to let the people understand what exactly we are talking about public procurement monitoring. If we fail to let them know, it will be a one-man show. And when it becomes a one-man show, it will be a total failure. So we have to look for the masses for this particular engagement. Let the citizens understand their role. And to crown it over, let them know that these projects are meant for service delivery, and it is their money. So we need to have three things running together. One, do we have value for money? Two, are we meeting our needs? Three, do we have sustainability initiatives in them? Because we are totally against every year, every financial year, And I want to use one example in Makueni, whereby we are really discouraging, whereby you find that maintenance of roads, it's every year. Why can we start working on a road that can just be utilized, even if it is 2 kilometers, for 3 consecutive financial years without being maintained? Another financial year, we work on another, even if it is 5 kilometers, but to avoid the every year, unless calamities come. I understand most of the rains are danger due to the floods and all that. But if we can put up infrastructures where they can go for even more than 2-3 financial years, at least we will have saved. So hii mentality ya kusema maintenance of roads every year, and it is all roads, not specific, we are totally against that. We want the people to understand, even to a point of when we are talking of all roads, which roads? What are we going to do with the roads? What can we do more better than every year funding a single identity? So civic engagement, I'm now moving from the awareness. It is one way to go. Let them understand all the documents in the budget cycle and the opportunities we can take. Because it's like, if you wait for a project is funded, it is approved, it is funded, implementation is done. Then almost at the launch, now that is when you are coming to say this was done poorly. Surely, have we rescued our money or we have just let it go? So it is also good to take lead from the start up to the end. Sorry for...
It's okay.
Allow me to say something kindly.
Yes, I will give you time, but allow me at this point to cut you shortly and give Sonia the opportunity to introduce Viola to just say something before. Yes.
Well, you have done me that thing. What I wanted was for you to quickly wrap up,
okay,
so that then we can have Viola to the stage.
Okay, all right. We are going to finish. I think there was a miscommunication between Sonia and I. So we are going to have maximum 3 minutes, and I want you to have 1.5 minutes each. And then after that, we are going to have a conclusion, particularly for Grace and Winnie, because this module is about the people. And we have seen what's happening at the county level. How do we sustain this, what we have started? How do we bring many counties to also be able to adopt this, this module? Yes.
Let me begin. When Joseph spoke about the case of Makueni, he talked about a Thursday training for the ward development officers. Makueni, we believe the ward in Makueni is the basic unit of development. So I believe after the training of the ward administrators, that will be cascaded to the ward development officers, the village administrators too, and then the PMCs and the community development committee members. When everybody is reading from the same page and we are the same wavelength, some of these things will just align automatically. Personally, as I close, I want to say we should not condemn every government officer when it comes to matters corruption. I can stand before anybody and say, I have never taken a bribe. So as you condemn everybody, I am not in that bracket. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to just mention a risk that she brought out. And to me, I view the dependence as a big risk. Today, we've seen this support purely donor dependence. In ukweli, I would want to see the government coming up and saying, we are taking up this module and we are going to use it to even train our officers and use it for civic education and ensure that every citizen understands the contracting process. Because if today CAS, TISA, TI, if they all leave, what will happen? It will mean that we will have a country that began a journey and then they ended. So the biggest risk is that we are purely depending on donors to ensure that they educate the citizen. So the Department of Civic Education in all our counties, what are you exactly doing to ensure that you give Mwananchi the correct information about public procurement so that they can take part from the planning stage up to implementation and monitoring and evaluation? And just as I close, because I won't say any other thing, if as civil society we engage in advocacy plans and do boardrooms meetings, let's go for boardrooms meetings. We can be able to do meaningful engagements. We've tested it and we can confirm that it works. We now request the county government to also embrace it. And even as we go towards election, if the new government will come, still embrace the open door governance, because what happens is when we have a new system, they will come with all their culture and every practice they have. How I wish this is embedded in our practice, and we just remain applauding the Constitution, which we said all the sovereign power is to Mwananchi, and we ensure that Mwananchi does that first responsibility of deciding where the resources is going to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, Nsakibe.
Yeah, thank you very much. For Meru County, we say moving forward, we're not leaving anybody behind. Through the Directorate of Public Participation and Civic Education, we welcome a partnership between us and the CSOs, of course, through this module. And through the community-led project management committees, we start at the lowest level. And as I've said, we've already engaged with our network. And we started by engaging around 15 very key officers from the county government. And we are saying we want to roll out that training to more people now that we have the module with us. And we are very ready. We have an open door policy. And of course, as I've said, the way to go is to collaborate, to consult, and to cooperate. Of course, there will be issues, and that's why we have a GRM framework for everything that we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And one thing that has come out clearly is that both from the government and the people side, we have concurred that we are going citizen-led public accountability for good governance way, right? And that way, we have come to the end of our discussion. Thank you so much to our panelists and also to our audience. There's a request from the photographer that you please stand so that we take one photo. And as they take a photo, please, Bernadine.
Thank you. A round of applause for the team. Very engaging conversation. Time is too short. I believe we are standing between the lunch and the closing remarks. So we give ourselves another 5 minutes as we end the session. Thank you. Thank you, team. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. They've done a good job. We were not able to unpack everything in the plenary session, but we hope the conversation will continue during lunchtime. So allow me to invite Viola Achola, Director Access to Information, atupatie closing remarks. Karibu sana, Director. And as she gets on the stage, Ken, kindly prepare for vote of thanks, wherever you are. Ken.
I use this. Thank you. You have heard my name is Viola Ochola. I'm the director in charge of access to information. And I'm acutely aware that I stand between you and your lunch. So allow me just 5 minutes to quickly go through my remarks, because what I'm about to speak to has been spoken to the whole morning. Matters of access to information cannot be removed from matters of governance. So I'll quickly just go through my remarks. So good afternoon, taxpayers. That was the protocol that was already established. Good. I'm a taxpayer. It is an honor to join you on this important occasion, the launch of the module Citizen Watch, Monitoring Public Contracts Through Social Accountability. Allow me to extend my congratulations to the Institute of Social Accountability and its partner, European Union, BMZ, TI, and CAS for spearheading this timely and transformative initiative. This module comes at a critical moment in our national governance journey. Public procurement remains one of the most vulnerable areas of corruption in Kenya, representing a substantial portion of expenditure at both national and county levels. When procurement processes fail, it is citizens who bear the brunt through incomplete projects, inflated budgets, and services that fall far below the expected standards. By equipping citizens and civil society with practical tools to scrutinize the entire contracting cycle, from planning and tendering to implementation and closure, this module strengthens the foundation of accountability and trust. At the Commission on Administrative Justice, which is also known as the Office of the Ombudsman, our constitutional mandate is clear. We are tasked with two things. Number one, addressing maladministration through complaints handling and investigations, thereby promoting compliance with fair administrative action and ensuring that public bodies act lawfully, reasonably, and fairly. And number two, exercising oversight and enforcement of the right of access to information under Article 35 of the Constitution and the Access to Information Act across both public and private entities. These two pillars place the Commission at the heart of the national integrity system and position us as a key partner in programs such as the one we are celebrating today. Our partnership with TISA under the Tunu project has been both meaningful and impactful. CAJ has played a central role in strengthening the capacity of civil society organizations on ATI as a tool for combating corruption. Through our regional offices, we have supported sensitization forums that equipped grassroots CSOs with practical knowledge of the Access to Information legal framework and its application in demanding transparency. Notably, we engaged over 100 participants drawn from Kisumu, Siaya, Uasin Gishu, and Baringo counties, enhancing the ability to use the Access to Information framework to monitor procurement and public service delivery. These achievements reflect a strong foundation, and we look forward to building on this collaboration. Corruption thrives where systems lack transparency, where processes are unclear, and where oversight is weak. At the CAJ, we address this vulnerability by promoting transparency, accountability, and responsiveness across public institutions. We handle complaints of maladministration, many of which reveal mismanagement of public resources and ensure that administrative actions affecting citizens are lawful, justifiable, and fair. By promoting social accountability, we empower citizens to question, monitor, and evaluate public administration, thereby closing the gaps that enable corruption to flourish. Equally important is our mandate to advance access to information. As Kenya's national oversight body for ATI, we enforce compliance by public entities, we provide capacity building for public officers and citizens, and we investigate complaints of denied or delayed information. We also champion proactive disclosure, which helps eliminate secrecy in the public sector. In this regard, the Commission has also made key recommendations to further strengthen access to information implementation across the public sector. These include fast-tracking of the national ATI policy to ensure a uniform government-wide approach to disclosure, greater investment in ICT systems to support efficient information management and e-platforms for requests, and the development of the national standards of digitization of public records. Digitization remains a major gap, despite the ATI Act requiring all public entities to have computerized their records by 21st September 2019. Establishing clear standards of digitization is therefore essential for ensuring accuracy, integrity, and usability of public records while enhancing efficiency in service delivery. These efforts ensure that information flows freely, accurately, and in a timely manner, reinforcing the broader fight against corruption. Timely and accurate information is the lifeblood of effective citizen oversight. When you as citizens and civil society organizations can access procurement plans, tender documents, evaluation reports, budgets, and implementation updates, you gain power to detect irregularities early, track implementation to ensure projects meet timelines and standards, question discrepancies between commitments and outcomes, and signal to public institutions that they are being watched. Someone called it the watchdog, but without the dog, isn't it? However, access to information alone is not enough. It must be translated into practical tools, actions, and citizen engagement. Exactly what this new module seeks to achieve. It bridges the gap between the legal rights and the practical monitoring capacity. In these ecosystems, you as CSOs are indispensable. You support citizens in making informed information requests. You build grassroots capacity to monitor contracts. You serve as watchdogs without the dog that amplify community voices. You analyze disclosed data to generate actionable insights. And I'm happy, I think Mr. Opondo said, let's have proper data, concrete data. When you question government, don't go with rumors. Request for this information so that when you coming to hold government to account, you have actual concrete information. So in this regard, CSOs are not merely users of information. They are catalysts that transform information into accountability. In conclusion, today's launch is more than just the unveiling of a module. It is a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to fight corruption, promote transparency, and strengthen citizen participation in governance. On behalf of the Commission on Administrative Justice, I once again congratulate TISA and its partners for this milestone. We stand ready as a Commission to continue working with you to ensure that access to information becomes a lived reality for every Kenyan, and that citizens are empowered to actively oversee how public resources are used. The power is in your hands. Demand for information. And together we can build a nation where public contracting is transparent, public institutions are accountable, and we can now confidently safeguard the public good. Thank you, and God bless you all.
So much. So Ken, kindly prepare yourself for a vote of thanks. Thank you, team. Myself, together with my co-moderator, Alex, and Sonia Aima, we really appreciate your time. Back to you, Ken, as you do the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, taxpayers. Receive greetings from Kisumu County. That's where I woke up yesterday. So they're happy that I'm representing them here today. They're also happy with the work you're doing. So receive their greetings. So I have one important task to do here. That is to ensure that I give vote of thanks, and in the process recognize every person, institution that has played a part in making this day a success. And there are many. I think I'll honorably ensure that we mention all of them. So let me begin. So, distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues in this space, it is my great honor to stand here before you on behalf of the Tunu community and family to convey our heartfelt appreciation for your presence in this meeting and contributions to support this official launch of this transformative module that will support us in public contract monitoring and general oversight. It's been a journey. We've been in this space from 2023, and there are remarkable things that I think have been shared here from Makueni, from Siaya, from Homa Bay, from Uasin Gishu. And these are things we really credit with the innovations that have been done through this particular project. And we continue doing more, and in the next 1 year before the project lapses, be ready to still get more, and we'll also try to really get to new frontiers to ensure that the anti-corruption fight and accountability fight in the country is energized further. So as we close this important event, allow me to express our deepest gratitude first to a group of people that were responsible for development of this particular putting together, researching, and ensuring that we have this important module. So we thank them for their wit, commitment, and energy that went into the development of this particular module. And I would request all of us just to drop them one orderly but thunderous clap. So the fact that it's thunderous, it must be orderly. And you only give us one. So for the team that was led by Moamu and the team, kindly let's warm our hands. In the count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop. Yes, I think that is the style. So for the group, we are entirely grateful for the support. It has been an important tool for us as coordinators and also the CSOs implementing the project. We've had a chance to go through the module, and it really supports our work. I think I would honestly say that the movement that we are currently building on accountability, if you really study the history of governance space in the country, I would say maybe after the repeal of the Section 2.1 in the 90s, I think the movement we are building with champions in the space of accountability today could be one important thing that we can place in history in the governance space in this particular country. And I believe the contribution we are doing with tools like this one are leading into that particular space, and we allowed everybody who is supporting this particular work. So then second, there's a group that I would also wish to really thank in a special way, are the 3 implementing partners. I think they've worked with us in this entire journey. I think they're ably represented in this room, beginning with Conrad Adenua Stiftang, TI Kenya, represented by the able director here, and our good friends, TISA. I think they are very good friends of us. They are very good friends of us. They are doing very great things with us, and I would wish us to appreciate them in a special way. I know there are teams in Nairobi, and there's also a team they've really sent us to support us in the counties. That is the project officers. I know there is Lillian from TI, we have Zippy from CAS, and we also have our great lady, Sonia, from TISA. So again, let's warm our hands again. So in the count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop them one hearty clap. Thank you, Team TISA, TI, and Conrad for the support that has come through this. Then for the life of this particular project, I think European Union in Kenya have been supportive, just try to really ensure the resources are available to help us really do a lot in this particular project. And for the 2 years, we are not complaining. We've been able to receive sub-grants to do certain projects. We've also been able to be taken through a lot of capacity building exercises that could be, if you look at, I think the banner of the project there is strengthening capacities of local civil societies to fight corruption. I think that has been done. So we are not complaining. I know there's still a lot in line up and Mbeleni, but so far that has been done well. So let's also prepare our hands and also drop something for European Union, BMZ, and the partners who are really funding this particular momentum. And we are very grateful for your support. So in the count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop them one. Thank you so much for that. Then now let me move to the 11 counties. I know the movement has not entirely touched the 47 counties, but already there is movement building in 11 counties that are implementing Tunu project, and they are all represented in this particular meeting. So I will begin from Cluster 1. Cluster 1 has Kisumu, Kakamega, Siaya, and Homa Bay. I've seen their representation in this particular meeting. And Cluster 2 has Uasin Gishu and Baringo, also presented ably in this meeting. Cluster 3 has Meru, Isiolo, and Wajir, ably represented in this meeting. Then Cluster 4, Makueni and Kiambu. That makes the 11 counties that are implementing this. I think the storylines have been shared and the successes have been shared. So in a count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop them one. Article up. Thank you so much, and keep the great work you are doing across the counties. Then we move to, I think I have to give special mention to certain counties, and I think they're present here. They were in this podium for good reasons. Kisumu was not here. So for those who are here, I think they deserve something better. And for the meetings I've been going around, being invited to, I think they are common denominators. And I can't fail to mention Makueni. I think ukienda mkutano ya sijui climate change, they have something they bring on the table. If you get to a meeting where there's discussion on public participation, they have something they bring on the table. Now we are also on citizen engagement, they have something they bring on the table. So kama ni mzuri, ni mzuri. So we have to really allow them for that. So Makueni, and equally I'll also not forget about Uasin Gishu. I think they're also coming in strongly. I think some of our members were recently nominated into the CBEF there. So those are good things that are happening in the counties, and we have to appreciate them. So in the count of 3, 2, 1, let's just drop them. I think they deserve 2. So we give them 2. So 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much for that. Then I think there are also other institutions here that I also have to mention, represented by my friend here, Mr. Buluma. That is the Kenya Young Parliamentary Association. And I think last week we are also in another meeting of the CSOs and media. And there was also a commitment that came from APNAC, which I think is also having membership from your association. So it's good commitments if you are getting these important commitments in such meetings between now the legislators and those particular offices, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with them, and the important things we are looking up to them to really do for them. So through your representation and the commitments you are making to this meeting, we can't take it for granted, and we're very appreciating for that. So in a count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop something for the entire representation of the National Assembly, Senate, the Association of the Kenya Young Parliamentary, present here represented by Mr. Buluma. So 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, and we are really honored to have you here and for the commitments you've made to this. Then allow me to go to all the panelists who had a chance to share something here. We are with our books and we've taken notes. So the panelists, the speakers who've really shared this from the beginning to the end, please, in a special way, we are grateful for the support, the insights, all those things that went through into putting up together something that was worthy to be shared in this particular meeting. We are very grateful for that, and we thank you in a special way. So on that, we can also give them 2. So in a count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop them 2. Thank you so much for that. Then finally, I think this meeting would have not been possible if the audience and the tables, we call them round tables, the round tables were empty tables. So there are men and women who woke up somewhere else and really committed to a journey to get to this particular place to ensure that this day is a success. You've really witnessed a very important exercise that has contributed to the movement building that we want to do in the space of accountability, and also in the space of ensuring that we really monitor how our resources are being expended outside here, and the entire journey of trying to really oversight this from pre-contract phases all through to implementation, mpaka all these reports come out. and the journey is a long one. So coming to witness this auspicious occasion is something we cannot take for granted. So this is a special one for all of us, just to appreciate your level of engagement, insights, activeness, participation. For those who are just sitting and laughing, all those contributed to this particular meeting and success, we appreciate all that. And as you go back to your places, traveling, we appreciate you so much, and leave this meeting knowing that you are an important part of an exercise that will be etched in the history of this particular country. So for you, I think we need to really give you 3. So in a count of 3, 2, 1, let's drop them 3. Thank you so much for that. Who is left? So I think there are so many partners present here. Development partners that I've had a chance to speak here. I've heard about the World Bank. There is an important community present here, that is the media. All these things we are doing here have not been possible without media beaming them. You've seen TISA media house really sharing everything we are doing here. So that's very important. So the media community, passive and active ones that are present here, we can't pass without giving you something. And in the count of 3, 2, 1, I think we can drop them 1. Thank you so much. I think that would leave no one be left behind. So I would not have to really know. There's a community I'm forgetting here. There's a group that is trying to really help the nation know more about this particular tool that we are developing, and we call them TOTs. They're present here. So please, in a special way, just allow me to just give them 1 thunderous clap in a count of 3, 2, 1, 1. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, taxpayers, allow me to end this by thanking you in a special way for witnessing this, our journey that began in 2023 and running towards 2027. We still need you in all this, and we'll be looking up to you in our counties, and we still need your support. You need you to hold our hands. We still need your capacity strengthening. We still need your resources into this. So please join us in the 11 counties and in the other 47 counties to create a movement of accountability champions and people that ensure that our resources really matter and make a difference in our life. At the end of the day, it matters. The moment we stop talking about this, then our country will go to the dogs. Thank you so much, and you have a wonderful lunch and journeys back home. Thank you.
Engage with us. The lunch is being served at the ground floor at the restaurant immediately at the entrance. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. I know there are people who don't have meal cards. We are sorting that out. For those who have, you can proceed. Photo session is still ongoing for those who didn't get the opportunity to take a photo.